Yeah, I mean. Yeah. I don't know, I think both of them are easy to think. I don't think anyone totally felt lost. Well, yeah, so in the scorecard, like we're supposed to give each speaker a score.
Okay, so how do you find your scorecard? I have it here.
Oh, then slash, it's 2023 dash debate dash. Oh, no, from the one I learned before. That's how I like this. And then in the
Dashboard.
dashboard. Yeah. And so yeah, jdcwest.org slash 2023 dash
2023 dash
debate dash score.
Did it go, you guys?
Just saying how it was like, it was so cool.
Okay. I want to say to everyone, you're like amazing, so thank you for everything. I have some bad news. I'm changing something because the board wants us to. We're just gonna get rid of this.
Oh, okay.
And if you made notes on this already, that's okay. We're just gonna throw it out.
Okay.
So
Sorry.
Let me put it this way.
no, I think that just makes it so complicated. So what it said you're gonna do is you're going to do it this way. So because everything that's on here is already on your sheet, content, style, and strategy.
Yeah.
Exactly, right? Instead of having to like look through it and take time to do it, you can just like talk as a team and be like, okay, so content, style, and strategy, did anyone miss anything? And then you can go through and say like, okay, so for content, like, did the team like do any of these things? Did the team do any of these things to get from the 90 to 95, right? This is the
Right.
70 to 95. You don't need to think like, okay, content, style, strategy, like, right after that. Just think overall, how was the speech? How was the POIs?
Right.
How was the style? Was it all good? Do I feel like this team deserves an 80 or an 85? You don't need to think of like compartments.
So are you still doing it by speaker or just?
Still by speaker, yes, you'll still follow this.
Right.
But this way, you don't have to write on this and be like, okay, what's content?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Just like 85 and then style is like 70 or whatever. It's like the same.
Yeah, so like, for example, like overall training, yeah, so like, for example here, okay, excellent arguments, was it well organized, easy to follow, and like if it checks off the month on here, then give them like a 90 or a 92. All subjective, and if you think you're doing it wrong, it's subjective, there's two other people. So it's a mistake, someone will find it.
Yeah.
So I just want to give you this heads up,
Of course.
I think I did so.
I would say for feedback, if you don't, if you can't get the feedback, that's okay at this stage.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, because then there are now people that are finishing it up, so now we just leave the whole people waiting outside.
Okay.
So-
because we're still in this room for the next one.
It depends on your schedule.
I don't remember.
You are here or are you moving?
I'm moving.
I'm moving. Okay, cool. Yeah, so you'll just move and you'll get there whatever you do. Just try your best to get to the time. Oh no, did it break?
No, it just, it's
Oh, okay,
not
perfect.
broken.
So, does everyone have a sheet like this? Like, did I get everyone? Oh, amazing. And then you gave one of these. And then I gave you one, I know.
No, but I'm looking at it.
Okay.
I don't need it.
What is that? Sorry, motion.
guys so much. Any questions, please just text me and I can give you the slide and everything. Thanks everybody, that's amazing.
Sorry to pronounce everybody's name wrong. I pronounced this a bit really good then.
Not expected.
these.
Okay, sure.
Those are notes from the delegates.
Okay.
Just make sure that when the runner gives you the those envelopes, tell the teams not to open them until you tell them to, until you start the debate.
Okay, yes. So like just like how you, when you came here, that's when you get them. And I should tell them before starting, like when the debate will start, that's when you have to open it.
Yeah, don't until like everyone's ready. Don't open it yet.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. Perfect.
Over this end. This is all. Just write it out. No, wait, no, write it upstairs. I doubt it.
Talk amongst ourselves about right now about the kid.
Just don't open the envelope.
It's so hard.
Damn, bro, what the heck? That's
Mr. Leader of Opposition?
see me, I'm just a member of the opposition. You're the leader of opposition and you're the yeah.
Yeah. Someone's phone is here, by the way. Someone's phone was just right there behind.
Oh, so it's mine.
Oh, okay. Or like, but I know. Feel good about this.
No, that's true. Like, I can bet. Yeah, extremely. Okay, it's not because of like 19. It's the way that recently. Like, the reason why it's taking my theory so expensive is because of 19. Yeah, that's the thing, but like, the recent phenomenon is separate. Oh, really? It's because like the government allowed individuals to invest in people. I like it though. That's what I like to hear.
It's a bit different to get used to, but it's really good so far. It happens at every debate.
I know. It's actually going really well. The board of directors said that everything was okay. So,
Absolutely.
Have a nice one.
thank you.
So, I just have a question. So we can't vote on this until
Yes, you'll let us know.
and then once he goes up to speak, only then can we open it.
telling ones I've heard is like, please go up. I think that was what taught. What's his name? What's who did that? Was like, yeah, he goes like he's like he's
If everyone's ready, should we start the debate? You may open your envelopes. There should be a resolution page inside. Just need to get the resolution link from pictures.
split them in half.
Sorry for the handwriting.
Absolutely.
The debate will come to order. The resolution before the House today is BIRT Canada imposes an additional tax on workers who work from home. Representing the government and its first speaker, Karan, the second speaker, Peel. Representing the opposition are its first speaker, Salim, the second speaker, Hamza, and its third speaker, Jude. On behalf of the House, I would like to express a sincere welcome to our judges. First judge is Daniel Sekatne. Daniel maintains a general real estate and corporate commercial law practice. His practice is focused primarily in property acquisitions and dispositions, specifically residential, commercial, and agricultural lands, while also providing legal advice surrounding leasing arrangements. Our second judge is Alex Kyle. Alex graduated from the University of Saskatchewan with great distinction, obtaining his Bachelor of Commerce majoring in finance. No stranger to JDC West, Alex competed on the finance and debate team as well as helped coach the international business team. Upon graduating, Alex joined the investment industry with RBC Dominion Securities, working with the dairy derivatives, and commodities team for 5 years before recently joining the Bell Private Wealth Management team. Alex holds several industry designations, including his Chartered Investment Manager designation, as well as his certificate in derivatives market strategies. Our third judge is Cameron Walters. Cameron Walters is current third-year law and MBA student at University of Saskatchewan. He was a novice debater with the University of Alberta Debate Society in 2019 and 2020. He has competed in a few tournaments and judges at debate practices. I, Shruti Goyal, am the Speaker of the House and the timekeeper. I may be referred to as Honorable Speaker. I will now announce the rules of the debate. Each debate will deliver a 7-minute consecutive speech, except the reply. I will be counting down from and providing time signal. There will be given as each minute passes, as well as a 30-second mark displayed by a C handshake, ending with a 10-second countdown. If the speech will still continue, unfortunately, I have to stop the speech by slapping my hand at the desk. There will be a hard stop for all speeches at 7 minutes with no grace period. I will ask you to stop speaking at this time. Points of information will be allowed during the constructive speeches, but not during the first and last minute of these speeches, as this is a protected time. POIs are not permitted during the reply speech. Points of clarifications are allowed, but may only be offered in the beginning half of the first government speech. Points will be deducted for any debater who interrupts another excessively. Are there any questions regarding the rules? I now call upon the first speaker to introduce the government case for 7 minutes.
Be it resolved that Canada imposes an additional tax on workers who work from home. Let's get into definitions first. Here, work from home employees, by workers who work from home, we mean that people who can accomplish their work duties from home and who are not required to be on their administrative premises. Now, today we are here to basically focus on 3 main points. The first one being that we want to help the lower income groups. The second one being that it's already established in the status quo, according to the tax labs, that the people who earn more contribute more towards the society. And the third one being that with this motion, we want to try and curb the inflation that is going out of hand. Now, let's understand one thing, that while we are passing this motion, there's currently cost of living is increasing, the housing prices are increasing, there is a Russia-Ukraine war going on right now, and as you all know, there are chances of global recession. Now, the lower income group right now is the one who is the most vulnerable right now. And with this motion, we want to help them. Now you might ask, how do we want to help them? Because lower income group is the one who is going out and they have to invest time in traveling. They have to do the heavy lifting. They are the ones who are janitors. They are the ones who are doing small-time jobs, part-time jobs, full-time jobs at minimum wages, and a few dollars above minimum wages. Now, they have to be physically present on the job. Now, what they are losing on is the time that they are losing on traveling. The people who are working from home, they are indulging in moonlighting. Moonlighting is where they work for more than one company consecutively, where they work for one company in the morning and work for another company in the evening. They save a lot of money. In gas prices. They save a lot of money on clothes because they don't need to buy clothes so often. So, to help these lower income groups, we want to impose this tax on work from home employees because they are earning more, and as the status quo is that you pay more according to your tax slabs, and since they are earning more, we have to take the hard step and assume that they are going to contribute more to the society. Now these tax dollars are going to the welfare of the lower income groups. We will be splitting these tax up in various categories. We'll be giving them various tax credits, like the renter's tax credit that is going to be delivered recently. We're also going to put the money in public transports. We're going to various other sectors. This is going to be elaborated upon by my colleague. The second is that, as we established before, that the higher income individuals or the knowledge-based professions which are work from home, they have a higher focus on mental strain. So they don't have to do so much of heavy lifting. That's why they are able to do more than one jobs. I know a lot of students who work part-time as work from home, and they also who work full-time as work from home, and they have a part-time position in some other place also. So they are at a slight advantage. I'll take the POI.
Don't you think that the fact that they're looking for more jobs simply implies that they don't have enough money in the first place, that they want to do 2-3 jobs at the same time?
Actually, it's a human tendency that no matter how much you have, it's always less. So we need to understand that they are working more because they want to earn as much as they can in the time that they have. They have a simple mentality that they want to utilize their time as much as possible, because they don't have to travel 1 hour, 1.5 hours away from their houses to their workplaces. So they utilize this time which they have in other part-time jobs, which require around 4 hours of your time twice a day, and that's easy $50 for them. So that is why we're proposing this. And when we propose this motion, what will happen after this is that when lower income groups get assistance, what in turn happens is that developed nations like Canada can uphold their cost of living. Because right now, it's a given fact that we have concessions in essential food items. We are providing tax credits to people. As I said, there's a renter's tax credit right now being given out by government. It will be given out in a short time. So these are our 3 main reasons why we want to go ahead and impose additional tax on workers who work from home. The basic 3 reasons were, the first one being that to help lower income groups by helping them as much as we can and giving them tax breaks, and also helping them cope up with the inflation. Second one being that as it is established in various societies and through our tax credits, to our tax system also, that the individual who earn more contribute more towards the society for the societal betterment. And the third being that ultimately, when we help these individuals collectively, when there's cohesive distribution of wealth, what will happen is that people who are in lower income groups will be able to afford the higher living standards, because the important point here is that these people are the ones who are upholding the economy, and they are going in winter, in rain, and they are facing the weather and going to work for us, and they are the ones doing the heavy lifting. So we want to focus majorly on them and help them as much as we can in these difficult times. Thank you.
And thank you, member, for the remarks. The time elapsed was 6 minutes and 45 seconds. I just want to mention one point. When the speaker is here and if he's not able to say the one who is raising their hand for POI, you can stand up and just say, I have a POI or POI, so that the speaker can listen to you and he can address you according to his speech time. Is that okay for both the teams?
Oh, yeah. Like, I think I missed one. You pointed out, right?
That's okay, that's all right, yeah. And you can even tell them when you want to address them and just say that according to the time, but because you can't say them, so just raise your hand and say POI so that the speaker can listen to you guys. We shall now hear the first speaker for the opposition. Whenever they are ready.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, worthy opponents and honorable judges. So first of all, I want to start with some refutation, and then I want to go into the two main things about why this is principally wrong and actually ends up harming the lower class as well as Canada's economy much more than any kind of benefits they would claim it would get. Okay. So first of all, we want to start off by clashing with the fact that we fundamentally believe that a lot of these people who work from home are actually low-income people themselves. We think they've characterized the average Canadian working at home as like some kind of CEO or big entrepreneur who makes a lot of money and who can afford to give up additional taxes. But what about call center workers? What about like people who work in customer service? How about them? And you're taxing the low amount of income they already have, only to put it back into them through like social welfare, which we don't think really makes any sense. And also they didn't define what this tax is gonna look like. So we don't even believe that we can get the benefits they claim are gonna happen because they didn't even define what's this tax gonna look like exactly. Okay. They also mentioned like it's bad that people are working two jobs. And first of all, we wanna say that we like fundamentally disagree with that. It is the employee's choice. And that's gonna be a major theme you'll notice from this debate on side opposition is what can we do for the employee? And what can we do to help both the employer and the employee? So first of all, you can already work two shift jobs. This is already in the status quo, so this is nothing new. If they are efficient for working for the company in the morning and they work for a different one at night, we fundamentally see no problem with this being how someone lives and works. If the employer finds that they're not being efficient enough for their company, that is between the employer and the employee, and that is for something for them to take up. And so that's going to take me into my first point, my first main argument, and that this is actually an overreach of government authority. So we see that most government workers have already returned to the workplace or like office from the COVID-19 kind of shutdown that happened. That's when we really saw like working from home really take off. Now we recognize that most government workers are already back in their workplace. So this is a private sector issue to really begin with. And this is where we have a problem with the government impeding and saying what can and can't happen in this regard between employees and employers. So we think it should be up to the corporation whether or not they want their employees to work from home or come into the office. We think that this does nothing but limit the flexibility of employees. And my partner, my second speaker is really gonna get into that and how it really limits the employees of opportunity for what they can and can't do. And we think that, principally you should not be taxed for where you work. We already see that we have an income tax, and we don't think that an additional tax is necessary or even right just because you work in the office or you work at home. We think this, should be worked out between the employer and the employee. Second of all, the next main point I want to get into is that this is a better work environment for the employee and can actually create benefits for the employer, which will help Canada in the long run. So we see that it creates more flexibility for employees, like, also we can appreciate that the stuff like commuting, like in Toronto when they have 2-hour commutes to go to work, that would be essentially no more. So that would already take takes out a large pocket of their day, and having them work at home creates more flexibility of schedule to do more for themselves, and it takes the stress out of getting to work. Like a lot of people are unhappy with their jobs. There have been many surveys, and it's been said that many people are unhappy with their job, and we think that generally working from home, the people who want to work from home have seen an increase in job enjoyment in what they do because they're in a more comfortable environment where they can work and focus better because they're in a familiar setting. They can look after additional things. I mean, let's say they're a mother raising younger children and she's working at home. During her lunch break, she can see her family, which just isn't possible in the world that they're talking about, which incentivizes people to go back to the workplace. So we think that for employees and employers that are okay with working at home, we think this is better. It increases job happiness. We think it increases productivity for the people who want to, and when it doesn't, the important thing is that when it doesn't, we think that's when the employers can step in and say, okay, we would like to change our policy around this. But the big thing we want to get to, but the big thing we're trying to say is this is not the government's place to say that you should not be allowed to work from home, or rather, sorry, you should be taxed additionally for working from home. We don't think this is something that should try to be decentivized. We think there's really no point to that. We don't think it helps low-income people. We think it hurts them more than anything because the customer service and call center people who do work at home enjoy more flexibility. Yeah, and I want to go back to the social benefits they claim that will happen from this. And I want to go back to how we don't think they've characterized it right and how it doesn't make any sense, because they're claiming that all the people that work from home are high income people. So first of all, they are already in a higher income tax bracket. So they are already getting taxed more. So we think this additional tax will not really do much to the high income people, but will actually affect the low income people more than anything. And again, we want to point out that they haven't given you what's this going to look like? What's the percentage of the income going to be? Is it also going to scale? Is it going to be a flat rate? These are crucial definitions we are missing from the model of side proposition here. We think that the social benefits they're claiming won't happen unless the tax is very, very big, which just disenfranchises low-income people, or nothing will happen at all. So what's the point of this debate? Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, member, for your remarks. The time elapsed for 6 minutes 58 seconds. I now call upon the first speaker for the, now call upon the second speaker for the government.
Honorable Speaker, today I'd like to begin my speech by first clashing with this point that side opposition brings up, that many people who work at home are actually low-income workers themselves. Although that constitutes a certain percentage of low-income workers, that is not all knowledge workers who work at home. And I think that's a major oversight in their case, in that they equate people who are working from home also people relying on subsistence incomes. Let me tell you about certain cases of people who do work at home. Say many accountants I know who are been by progressive companies, for instance, do work at home. Other people who work in finance, these are high income earners who have the ability to work from one home. So this idea that there's only entry-level customer service jobs or things of that nature that people who work at home is not true. Second, sorry, I'll take it in a moment. Could you, sorry, a little harder.
Yes.
Thank you. Second point, they talk about how this is an overreach of government taxation. I think this doesn't understand what the true purpose of taxation truly is. I bet you would disagree.
Okay, could you please characterize for the room right now, what do you think it is actually the case that the average average worker who works from home is actually making, and what kind of jobs they have, and what do they actually look like?
Yes, although more complete sources will be found in such as like the Competition Canada or Human Resources surveys. Many knowledge workers are simply people like whom you are aspiring to be. They think the average income, from CPHR Canada, they were talking about the average person who works at home is something about income of about $46,000 to $50,000. like that. So first of all, I think I want to bring this back to what the Prime Minister said earlier when it comes about the points of taxation. So yes, we talked about inflation, talked about how the record high costs of living, and this is impacting all Canadians, but it is not impacting everyone equally. Those obviously in the lower end of the income spectrum are those who are more harmed by the cost of inflation. But I also want to talk about what taxation is for. Principally, one reason that Canadians enjoy such a high quality of life is because of our taxation system. Our taxation system is already meant to be progressive, in that the higher you earn, the more you're expected to contribute back to the economy. And that's the mechanism which we help to reduce inequality, to equalize wealth, to pay for essential services that we would all need. Would you disagree?
So, can you better characterize what this tax is gonna look like? Is this gonna, what about the low-income people that do work from home versus the high-income people? Is it going to be, like, is it gonna scale, or is it gonna be a flat rate? Could you define that for us, please?
Yes, it could be a scale. I think that the taxation is something that's incredibly complex with metrics, and that's better left to later on when we refer that to like the CRA, the subject matter experts who talk about things in scaling. It could be scaled, things like that. We're obviously keeping in mind the disparities between people who would be lower income workers who work at home, but that's not constitute the majority of people who do work at home. So back to my point regarding taxation. The fact that we do expect people to earn more, people who do earn more to contribute more to the economy is already a basic fabric of our society here in Canada. This is something that those who need to access more services can do so because of revenue for taxation. Now, we'll bring that back to exactly the difference between people who can work at home and people who are not. It's often the case, not always, but it is often the case of people who are mandated to be working on job sites or working labor jobs that do not have the privilege of being able to take the computer station and work in their living room, for example. So this is often a lot of general labor entry-level things, such as customer service, such as in retail, things like that. I know many people personally, I've worked with people in disabilities, and oftentimes the only work that they can find is through entry-level jobs, fortunately with the way society is built up. So as a knowledge, workers are often excluded from other sums of discrimination, things like that. So what we're doing here today, what the government is doing here today is proposing simply what's already been accepted in our society and by our government, is that people who work from home tend to be those who earn more. We're going to impose an additional tax, and the revenue that comes from those additional taxes can help in the form of tax breaks, investments, infrastructure that people in lower income communities need. She would disagree.
Could you please tell us what imaginable world could general labor sort of workers have the option of working remotely at home in the first place, so that we can consider them in this debate?
So I'm not clear in your PY. You said general service workers?
Like, is there any situation where a general labor worker could ever have the option of working remotely?
General labor worker, I'm understanding that to be people who work primarily with their hands, with physical labor, with construction and things like that. I can't imagine that at this time, where you need to be physically on site to help you building a project and things like that. So this debate is ultimately about the principles of equity. It's about caring for your fellow Canadians. It's about understanding that this world is not equal, it indeed isn't, and that we are not, what we're doing here today as side government is really working within the system, the models that we already have to help deal with the rising costs of living, which do not affect everyone equally. Thank you.
Panel, this debate is really interesting because principally nothing has come up so far that either side of the houses are actually disagreeing on. Increased social spending, we're all for it. You want to tax the rich, we're all for it. Side proposition is having this debate in this nebulous realm where the actors that are most relevant to this debate, one, they have mischaracterized, second, they're not even engaging with them, Third, they're not even they didn't engage at all with all of the principled analysis that Salim actually gave you about as to what we think this average worker is supposed to be about and what we think that we actually try to highlight in our POIs. So what does that actually leave us with? First, I think I would like to get into some clashing, and I'd like to highlight for you what it is side proposition should have actually been arguing about and where that debate takes. Secondly, I'll take them at their best value and say, even if we pretend that side proposition's world is what we live in, which we don't think is the case, even still why we win. And lastly, I'll finish this off with talking about the practical harms that come from this resolution. So let's go ahead and start with some clashing. Okay. The very first claim that we get from side proposition is somehow that they're going to increase taxes so much that they're going to be able to create all of these excessive benefits from having like increased social welfare, such as, better education, better transportation, I think was mentioned. We think that first of all, one, you have to defend why this is a tax that has to come from working from home, why principally is a thing that has to come by you working from home. We don't get any analysis on that. Secondly, we think that you will actually have to tell us how that you're going to implement this new tax is going to suddenly create all of these increased social spending, because we actually don't think that you're going to create at all that much revenue to be able to claim those sort of benefits. If those are the sort of benefits that you want to claim, that suddenly, Canada is going to be able to increase its social spending by X percentage to, improve our societies by so much, we think you have to tax excessively, and you actually have to tax a lot more things, something that they're not trying to do. So that any of the benefits that they want to claim are actually never going to happen. Second, we get this weird idea of how it's going to curb inflation. Okay, first of all, that's just a simple assertion that it's going to curb inflation. Secondly, we think that you actually are going to always create more harm for the average Canadian citizen by levying additional taxes that are unjustified anyways. Then let's talk about this idea of the taxes, okay? We think that it is first an assumption from side proposition that it will completely take out anybody who wants to work from home. Because we also don't get the clear stance on that. Are they trying to disincentivize these workers to the point that we do not want these people at all to work from home? Or are we just trying to make it super uncomfortable from them that they actually should work from home but still keep trying to pay this additional tax? I'll take your point.
Do you think in current situation, people who are working from home would give up their jobs just because there is a slight increase in tax?
Okay, see, but if you want to have a slight increase in tax, then you cannot simultaneously claim that you're going to increase social spending by so much that you're going to make Canada, so well, that you're going to increase transportation, you're going to increase hospitals, and you're going to increase education. That's not something you can simultaneously argue. Secondly, even if it is going to be the case that you're going to increase the taxes to such a point where, people are still able to work from home, if you want people to still work from home, then it is literally just a cash grab. You're just trying to fine-tune the tax so people still work from home, but just additionally pay more taxes, which is why. What benefit are you getting at all out of this? We don't get any idea from that. I'll tell you what this additional tax actually does do. We think that you're not going to completely eliminate, as they have said, people working from home. So what happens? We think that you actually significantly make the lives of these people harder. And I'll tell you why this is going to in turn cause so much further harm. Because these people, workers, are not going to suddenly, because oftentimes in these cases, people actually have to work from home. These workers can't suddenly just transition to work in offices, so they just have to suffer the consequences of paying additional taxes. And if you're, as this pointed out, the average person in this scenario is making $46,000, if that is the case, one, we don't think that worker at all should be additionally taxed, because $46,000 is nowhere near the kind of, tax brackets that they think they're trying to justify, have a moral assertion over. Because we don't think that anybody who's making $46 should suffer an additional tax at all. Then, panel, we're not debating about the taxing system. We are all for progressive taxes, let's go. We're not debating about increasing social spending. Let's increase social spending, let's go. But you cannot claim that it's a slight tax and that you're going to be able to claim all those benefits because they're mutually exclusive in that way. What does our side give you? Our Salim comes up here and he actually gives you a very principled analysis onto why it is principally not right for the government to implement a tax, specifically based on where you choose to work. Side proposition had to come up here and they had to tell you some unique benefits that come directly from working from home. What are those benefits? You cut down on commuting time. People are generally happier working from home. Okay, great, then let people work from home. Why are you taxing people or workers suddenly having a better working condition or a better working environment? No justification on that. With that, let's get into some practical harms that we see would come out of this. First of all, let us categorize for you what these employees actually look like, because I think that's very important. We think that, as side proposition has pointed out to you, these are going to be low to medium skilled workers. For example, people who work in HR. For example, people who work in customer service or call center employees or administrative representatives. It is also important to note that in most of these cases, these are going to be people who work part-time. With that, let's move on. We think that this is one sector of the Canadian population that are not excessively wealthy, that they have conceded that this average person, therefore the majority, is making $46,000. If that is the cost, that you're not like curbing inflation, you're not like, creating social change by taxing them. Second, these employees often have to work from home because of issues such as family reasons, such as accessibility issues, such as costs of transportation. These are the reasons that put these people to work in these conditions, and you haven't addressed those conditions, so you're not actually making it any easier for these people to go back to work. You're just making their life actually a lot harder in the form of a tax. Now, an analysis on what happens to employees and what happens to employers. Let's talk about, first of all, the idea of employers. First of all, we think that mandating a tax takes a tool away from the employer's kit that they can use to incentivize their employees. We think that a free market approach actually works really well, especially in the Canadian private sector. We think that some employers want to stay competitive, and the way that they stay competitive is by telling workers that you can work from home. And we think that is not a tool that you should just arbitrarily take out of an employer's hiring kit. Secondly, it stifles innovation. Cost, for example, think about a cost of a startup that might happen. We think that a lot of companies save on costs by actually letting people work from home. We think that you stifle innovation, we stifle corporate growth, we stifle the growth of the Canadian economy by eliminating this option. Let's talk about the employees. If they choose to work from home, undeniably, then they're going to take away community time. We think there's actually a unique benefit that comes out of it. First, it's going to make the employee, as my partner pointed out already, much more happier because they do not have to spend all this time commuting from work, which is going to improve life quality. Secondly, it has a spin-off benefit on the environment because it takes off traffic from the road. Because we are the ones that are going to benefit the employers, the employees, we're so proud to oppose. Thank you.
Thank you, member, for this 7 minute speech. The time elapsed was 7 minutes. I now call upon the third speaker for the government.
The motion at hand is, be it resolved that Canada impose an additional tax on workers who work from home. Now, there was a POI that said that how much the work from home earns. It was on the basis of how much the work from home earns. I like to tell them that no work from home employee receives a minimum wage. They all receive at least $2 above at least $2 above minimum wages. Now, $46,000 that we are claiming is the bare minimum. When you add the extra part-time work, extra full-time work, it is way more. Now, we are not penalizing them for earning more. Then, if that was the case, then why is our tax system such that we have tax slabs that taxes people according to their income, the amount of money they make? Side opposition keeps forgetting that taxes are something that are hard truth that we have to impose, because we need to understand that here work from home employees are at an advantage. They have a competitive advantage over the lower income groups. What do I mean by that? Is that the lower income groups have to give a significant amount of their time in getting ready for the weather. They have to give a significant amount of time for traveling. They also have to put significant amount of money to travel, and then they also work on minimum wages while taking all this into account. So we are not claiming that this tax is going to eradicate inflation from its buds, but what we are imposing is that what we can try to do is by taxing these work from home employees on what they are saving, what they are already saving, and making more on the competitive advantage that they already have. What we can do is we can have these taxes, and then we can direct these taxes to social welfare. And this is a stepping stone. We are not saying that we are going to revolutionize the world. We are just saying that these taxes will again be utilized in something that's going to help the lower income groups. I'll take the POI.
Don't you think the wealthy who have the option of working remotely actually have more incentives to actually work in the offices because they are industry leaders? Like CEOs, they have the option to go and show by example.
That's enough. I think they already established that they are medium skilled workers. Most of them are medium skilled workers who are call center employees, and who they kept on harping on the point that they are the ones who are call center employees and they don't have skill sets. Now they're saying that they are the CEOs whose incentives will be taken away. I completely disagree. This is not about incentives because work from home itself is the biggest incentive for any employee. I myself am looking for a work from home job because I don't want to commute to my part-time in these winters. And this is the biggest factor in Canada why people are rooting for work from home jobs. And because this is the case, we understand that there are a lot of work from home opportunities and they are making a lot of money. And if we can generate a tax revenue from that stream, we can surely help the lower income classes by making the public transport system better. Because currently, the public transport system all over Canada, in winters, it gets really difficult for the lower income groups. So our major focus is the public transport system, which needs funding, and the funding can easily be derived from these the taxes that we acquire from the work from home jobs. But the opponent seems to disagree.
So you said, when you brought up the 46,000 being a low income, you said also people with other part-time stuff make a lot more on top of that. Do you not think this is a way for low income people to literally branch out into stay-at-home work and improve their financial situation?
I'm sorry, I didn't get your POI.
You said $46,000 is a low yearly income, and you said with part-time jobs and whatever else, that income is actually way higher. So wouldn't it be the case that these low-income people, with all the part-time jobs, can actually improve their economic status?
But the problem here is that all part-time workers or all lower income groups don't have enough skill sets or don't know how to apply for these work from home jobs. So the thing here is that these work from home jobs are something that we are taxing because we don't want to penalize them for being the ones who are earning more. We just have a simple focus here. We just have a simple task at hand, that to help the lower income groups in public transport, which is the biggest factor in their entire work life, where they have to commute to their workspaces. We can help them by a huge number of work from home employees who currently are working in Canada. And let us understand that the 3 points that we were bringing in were the first one that I keep on harping upon is to help the lower income group by the taxes that we retrieve from the work from home jobs. The second one was that our tax system and our lot of philosophies are on an idea that the people who earn more contribute more to the society. And so we are not penalizing anybody for earning more, but it is what the status quo is. That's why we have different tax slabs for different income groups. And the third one being that once these are implemented, we can use these taxes that are generated from various work from home earners. We can put these towards the welfare of the lower income groups. Though this won't be a big contribution now, but in future, this could be a huge tax revenue stream, which can in turn help the smaller or the lower income groups. That's why I strongly believe in this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, member, for your speech. The time left was 7 minutes. Our opposition speaker will now deliver the last speech opposing the case.
Panel, I'll begin with the POI that I asked earlier on the wealthy people who have the option of working remotely. First, the categories of people who actually work remotely are the minorities and the wealthy people in their case, whom they want to tax more, and they completely ignore the fact that vast majority of these remote workers are inherently under this category of low income earners. 46, as they told us, is too low to tax more. And secondly, they then go ahead and talk of laborers who don't have the option of working remotely because probably they're cleaners in some institution or somewhere. And that, first of all, these are not in today's debate. They are not actors that are important in today's debate in the whole context of working remotely. Secondly, these people already have mechanisms or mechanizations that already protects them, like low wages being increased every year within provincial levels, where we have like higher taxes on luxuries and other things, so that the governments actually have more money to cater for the needs of these particular individuals. And then they go ahead and talk of 3 points that they completely believe are to be true when they are not based off the status quo. Like the status quo, as they have characterized, is that all wealthy people work remotely and that they are accruing a lot of wealth that we do want to tax more, which is not the case. They then go ahead and talk of how they want to protect the lower income people because probably the cost of traveling to workplace is too expensive that it's making you broke and that you need protection. That's what they told us in the beginning of their speeches. What we respond with that is that firstly, most of these people working under these particular remote jobs are inherently not as wealthy as they claim they are. They are call center workers and other people whose nature of that particular job requires them to sit at their desks for long hours and then respond to specific needs of those particular clients. Secondly, because of situational experiences, probably because of transport being too expensive or winter conditions and all that. And that affects everybody, the poor and the rich and every other individual within that particular state or like within that province. Therefore, we believe that this vast majority of taxes that they want to impose, which first of all have to be super expensive so that they incentivize people to actually choose to go to work, is not inherently going to solve or empower these particular low-income people. And we told you there are mechanisms or mechanizations that already help these particular individuals increase the wages, and that's going to inherently affect everybody else within that tax category of the lower income people. Then you go ahead and talk of how you want the wealthy and the high income workers to get taxed more probably because they are accruing a lot of money from remote jobs. Then you go ahead and contradict yourself by talking about how these particular individuals, the wealthy in these remote jobs, have to take 3 or 4 part-time jobs so that they can cater for the needs of these particular individuals. Then you go ahead and also contradict yourself by saying, oh, most of these particular individuals are CEOs and they have a lot of wealth and all that. And notice these CEOs, or the vast majority that they have decided to focus and ignore ignore the low-income people within that category, are people who have the choice to actually go and work in their offices probably because they want to show better examples to the rest of the people because they're industry leaders like CEOs or self-employed people who have to show by examples to the other individuals within that particular small institution where they're making a lot of money from. And then you go ahead and talk of how all these claims are going to trickle down into the economy and curb inflation that's already going up. And before I proceed to explaining that, I'll take your point.
Yes, you said mechanisms already exist to compensate for the higher cost of living for low-income workers whose minimum wage being increases. Do you think that's enough to compensate for the record high cost of living?
Well, first of all, that POI ignores the fact that majority of people working remotely are not wealthy, and that increasing this minimum wage is inherently going to affect these individuals way better than taxing them more, probably because you think that remote jobs are inherently going to make everybody a billionaire. How you want to curb inflation because you want to reduce the cost of traveling to your workplace, and then you also want to protect, which earlier on was based off you talk of how you want to protect the minority and how you want to tax more income people. That's inherently going to stream into curbing inflation. We told you that, first of all, working from home saves time, makes you more productive, makes you a better innovative person because you are working in an environment where you feel more comfortable. And these inherently stream into making the economy a better place, making or better curbing the issue of inflation as you've claimed in your points. Then the fact that they don't have to spend a lot of money on fuel, they don't have to spend a lot of money on the cost of the emotional cost of having to go to the office in the first place means most of these individuals end up getting to save a lot more resources and effort so that the economy is better protected. And lastly, I'll go back to our points. We've talked of 2 key things. One, the pragmatics of this not being possible because you've vastly ignored the fact that majority of these particular people are low-income people. And secondly, the principle around it, that the government has no incentives to actually come into this particular workforce where would have already thrived if we didn't have structures that incentivize people to actually move to the offices and work from there. And you bring in a lot of harms as a state or an institution by affecting the vast majority of private corporate institutions that would have better thrive working with remote experiences, because you save a lot of money and you're able to effectively utilize the resources of these particular individuals in a more comfortable environment. And with that, we think that we better engage the status quo in the first place, and we better give you mechanization as to why we think that this inherently streams into making the workforce and the individuals a better society.
Speech, the time selected was 6 minutes. At this time, there will be a 2-minute break while teams prepare their reply speeches. We will now hear a 4-minute reply speech from each team, starting with the undergraduate.
Panel, in today's debate and the finalist rebuttal speech, I would like to crystallize things for you in a comparative way of the two worlds. I'll talk about two specific actors we think are the most important, the employers and employees, and talk about what actually happens to these actors within the worlds that we have described to you. But before I do that, I think I'm going to start off with a little bit of refutation. First of all, side proposition completely ignores the idea that under the status quo, there are already mechanisms for employers to punish anybody who implements. All the harms that they want to show to you, or people are able to somehow skirt the system, or somehow people are able to work like 5 jobs, or like 3 jobs, or 2 jobs, and they're able to make so much more money, and it's somehow at the expense of like their employers. We think that first of all, that power exclusively resides with their employer. If the employer decides that you're not performing up to task, there are already mechanisms to deal with that employee. You can fire them, you can give them punishment, or you can deal with them in disciplinary measures. That's not something that is being taken away. What is being taken away? What's being taken away is choice. Why is choice so important? We think that choice is, first of all, is always going to empower the workers. We think that choice is always going to improve the working conditions of the workers, and it allows them to pick the option that works for them, works best for them. They're able to make decisions within their own interest and work from home if they so choose. What does this do? As I already explained to you, but a little bit of an extension on that, we think that people, first of all, see this as a benefit because it obviously is a benefit. We think that if it benefits employees, then obviously that's good for the company overall, because happier employees turns into better productivity, better efficiency, and it might increase the production overall of that employee, which we think indicates everybody wins. We also think that there are some real issues, such as, for example, accessibility issues that some people might have. There are generally some concerns for people to be able to get to work. It might take a lot of time. Taking away that work is going to drastically improve the living conditions of these workers or make them happy with life in general, as our proposition has already claimed. So better employees turn into better workers, which turns into better business for everybody involved. Okay, now let's talk about what actually happens. We think that under our world, you actually empower the workers. You empower the workers by choice. You empower the employers. You empower the employers because they're able to choose what mechanism works best for them. And when, obviously, in this free market capitalist economy, whatever works for them is the kind of direction that the market is going to take. And if this is something that is already happening, obviously there are reasons why it's going in that direction, because it is best for everybody involved. And that's not something the government should step in and arbitrarily decide, oh, by the way, we're going to suddenly tax that. However, really consider the tangible harms that are going to come out of this. We think that we've punished workers who actually genuinely might not have the option to go into in-person and is a completely unjust and unfair economic burden on them. Secondly, we think that it disincentivizes and removes innovation from the market, something that we would like to foster. Okay, with that, we think that panel, essentially side proposition has lost this debate because all of the impacts and the benefits that they want to claim they've not been able to connect to any sort of basic principled arguments that they have come that they've been able to break up. So really, what do they want to do for you? They want to tell you that proposition asserts that somehow these people gain the system so much, so it's actually deserved for them to tax. Panel, we're not arguing about the tax system. The tax system is good. We want progressive taxes. But it's simply not true that they're somehow gaining the system to such a degree that then you're being punished with an additional tax, something the side proposition wants. And we think suddenly if these individuals are able to make so much more, then they're already taxed because it's based on where the kind of income that you have. Third, side proposition needs to understand people who work from home are already taxed. These are not people who are not taxed. You have to come up here, they have to justify to you, they have to explain to you why a specific additional tax working from home makes sense. Because they were unable to do this fundamental job, because they weren't able to tie their argument to any sort of principle thing, and because of the flat like rejection.
Honorable Speaker, I'd like to begin by also refuting. So side opposition has accused us of missing an actor altogether. I'd like to bounce that back right at them and talk about that actor that they're missing, which is the subject of the model that we proposed, which is that the revenue we would receive from the additional tax would go to help do things such as tax credits to low-income workers who do not have the option of being able to work at home. So why do they need this help? Obviously, we've illustrated at length why inflation is, of the effects of inflation, but also obviously that inflation does not affect everyone equally. And it is true that most people who do work from home, the privilege of being so because they're knowledge workers, and most knowledge workers earn a higher income than people who rely on job sites who work general labor and things like that. Earlier in my speech, I brought up the evidence that I point to anecdotes of my people who I know who are in the disability community who don't have the privilege of being able to work from home. And they're a community, a demographic that's often excluded from these conversations. I want to bring them back up again, as I did in my first speech, is that these people that rely on these jobs that can only work on site often are the most disadvantaged for many reasons. these jobs often are minimum wage and they're harsh and things like that. So we did a side government today, is to show you that how an additional tax on the people who are less harmed by the effects of inflation, that can help to go towards tax credits and other programs that will benefit those who are more on the low end of the spectrum. And that actor that we're missing, that we intend as a beneficiary of this tax program, has not been contended with by side opposition. I think that's a major gap in their case, and they're missing the expected benefits that we're proposing here today, side government. Thank you very much.
I thank the member for concluding the debate. The time elapsed was 2 minutes 18 seconds. Judges, please complete your ballot. Judges are not permitted to offer feedback at this time. If there are no objections by judges, competitors and observers are asked to leave the room.
Will we hold win-loss? Is that something that gets told?
Pardon me?
The win-loss, is that something that gets told?
Who won the round? Will that be
No,
just?
it will not be revealed this time.
Okay.
The
Okay.
results will be later. But now competitors and observers are asked to leave the room.
Will we
So
come
that
back
we-
in?
No, I don't think
We're
so.
just getting
Yeah.
back in.
Yeah, just wait outside and there will be somebody inside.
Can we put a back? Yeah.
Better than last time?
You guys are forward, all of you are forward. All of you are forward. I wish we had that program.
Wait, guys, you guys leave without saying you want to use.
Oh, my apologies.
Thank you. I think I heard some stuff, I'm like, get out of here, like, you're not supposed to know anything. I know. Okay, well, I'm not.
That's the I'm trying to compare, like, first group I saw.
Yeah, I agree, yeah.
But what I think that's tough. You know, all I do is,
Mhm.
not saying it's.
Yeah. Could you tell us what the codes are? We've got the team code and the.
Opposition was Team B, and yes, B, and the government was Team N.
Okay. I think we're kind of, yeah, kind of the same.
I turn the mic on, you can see how the bars are going up a little further.
I now call upon the first speaker to introduce the government case for 7 minutes.
Thank you everyone for taking the time to be here this morning. We on Side Government are so proud to come and be able to propose this motion today. Be it resolved that this House would grant its educational institutions the right to weigh race, gender, and sexuality as a positive factor in admissions. But before I get into my speech, I'd like to make a quick land acknowledgement. We are so proud to be here today on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of Métis. We take this time to recognize the harms and injustices to the Indigenous community and reaffirm our commitment to decolonization and reconciliation with one another. Thank you. Now, what I'm going to be doing for you today is providing an in-depth model on how educational institutions would actually use these factors, and be talking about the principal arguments of why this motion should be instituted. My second colleague is going to talk about the practical implications that this motion will have on the people who are so affected in these categories. Now, for the model. We will have a special exemption. Anyone above a 90% grade point average is exempt from this positive factor. We obviously still want our best people going to our universities, so having this makes certain that we will have our best people still going to our universities. Beyond this, we will have a decreasing percentage scale at 2.5%. I'm going to give you an example to describe what that would actually mean. So this would mean someone who has an 85% grade point average and meets any of the above qualifications would be considered equally qualified to a person who does not meet any of the qualifications with an 87.5%. So the sliding scale works 2.5% to boost people who are in these categories, these disadvantaged categories. This will include undergraduate and technical colleges, but will not include master's programs. This is because once we see people enter university, we already see evening out in master's programs, so we see that equitable treatment after they have already made, and we don't want to create an additional snowball effect going into our universities. Please.
Wouldn't you agree that people who score above 90% on average are more likely to be wealthy?
I would agree that people who score 90% are likely to be qualified, and this is about equity. This is about making sure people get what they deserve, and if they have earned their 90%, then they absolutely deserve to be able to go to our universities. We don't think that's classist in any way. In fact, our goal today is to reduce classism by making sure everyone gets equitable treatment. That is the point of our motion today. That is what we are promoting, and that is why I am so proud to be representing Side Government today to propose this motion. Now to launch into my constructive argument, I'm going to be talking about the principal arguments behind this. I'm going to lead off with the systemic barriers that we see people who are in these categories that they often face. There are disadvantages for women and for people of color and Indigenous people and people of different sexualities in our society. And we want to make sure these people get equitable treatment in their admissions. We know that people are often disadvantaged when they're in these categories, and this is about making sure they get what they deserve, making sure they are able to earn their equitable, they're given their equitable treatment, not that they have to earn it. Launching into more, we know that diversity has good impacts on society. We're so proud as Canadians to have a diverse society, to be recognized on the global scale for it. We know how important it is to our society, but I'm going to reiterate it for you anyway. We know that having diversity reduces poverty rates in minorities, which means we have reduced violence, lower crime rates, so many tertiary effects that we see when we lowered systemic discrimination against Indigenous people, people of color, people of different sexualities. We know people who are transgender are most likely to be bullied at school. We want to make sure that these people are actually given what they are treated the way that they are supposed to be treated and are treated equitably. Please.
How do you justify affirmative action when its application in U.S. colleges actually led to a decrease in minority population in the student body?
And And that's where we believe that we're actually promoting people to be able to come to university because we're giving them action and affirmation to be able to come to these universities and to be able to be represented and surrounded by people who are additionally in their minorities. And once they get, as we've seen, into these universities, this is about getting them into the universities, because after we see that, as I outlined with master's programs, we see equitable treatment come from there. So we know that the main problem we have right now is getting everyone together into a diverse and a diverse classroom. And so if we can get people together in a diverse classroom, we see the equitable treatment that comes later on in their schools with admissions to master's programs. Multicultural classrooms bring multicultural ideas. So by bringing these multicultural ideas together, by bringing diverse viewpoints together, we know the benefits that come with that, but I'll take your question now.
Would universities under your side of the house treat race, for example, Asian applicants, Hispanic applicants, or Indigenous applicants, would they treat that differently?
Thank you for the point of clarification. I'll define the model a little further. We would treat anyone who is identified as a minority in these categories to be qualified. So anyone who identifies as a minority Canadian in these categories would be qualified under our model, yes. Because we know the disadvantages that minorities face, and we want to make sure that we make up for them, that we give them equitable treatment. So the point of today, the principle of today, is that we see people being disadvantaged. We see systemic discrimination, and this is to get people out of systemic discrimination. And once they're able to have a successful place in university, they get a successful job, then we see that second generation immigrants often do much better when they have university qualified parents. So we want to level the playing field in that way so that we can make our minorities equal parts of our society, which we do not believe on side government they are right now, and to promote that diversity that we as Canadians are so proud of. Additionally, I'd like to quickly address the effects this will have on immigration. We want to make sure that immigrants have equal opportunity in our country. We want immigrants coming to Canada. We know right now we have economic problems with labor shortages, things such as this, and we believe by accepting these people into our community that is Canada and bringing them together, that we will be able to promote immigration. We will be able to promote the diversity and the diverse knowledge base that they all bring, and that overall this will be a positive influence on Canada. That is our burden of proof today, is to prove that we are promoting equity, to prove that diversity is positive for Canada, and that is why we are so proud to be able to propose today. Thank you.
Thank you, member, for your remarks. The time elapsed was 6 minutes 59 seconds. We shall now hear the first speaker for the opposition.
On side opposition, we are here for equity and for the right representation of all groups in the educational system. However, we disagree with the way side government is going about it. And what I'm going to be doing for us today is firstly going to be providing some refutation to side government's point, and then remodeling how this debate should be going and how the educational system should be looking. And furthermore, I will then go into our constructive points to you today. Our first constructive point I'm bringing forth is how we're going to create a more educational institution system based on merits. And our second point we're bringing up to you is how this decreases one's credibility when they get into an educational system. So firstly, I want to begin with my refutation. But before I do, I want to thank the government's Prime Minister for acknowledging the land that we work on today, and I would also like to do the same. But now I'd like to dive into some rebuttal to side opposition's points. Firstly, their model brings in this exceptions of 90% and above will automatically get considered in. However, when you make all these exceptions, how do you make it equitable then for the minority? Because we propose the POI, those that are often above 90% are usually of that wealthier class. And because of that, minorities are going to still be left behind, because those of the wealthier socioeconomic class will get ahead. And that is the key issue of today's debate. So what I also want to dive into today is they talk about this principle of equity, but I'm going to explain to you in our new model how we're going to be doing it better and how they're not fulfilling these values. So this kind of leads me into a point of how this current model isn't working today. Let's look at where this model is proposed in today's society. This model is proposed in Harvard and Stanford. They do it based upon these actions. The issue with this is it's a counterintuitive action because you're just trying to fill quotas, that this many people are women, that this many people are minorities, just to get them in. And what you're lacking is you're actually harming individuals that are putting in the hard work and that are deserving to be there. But then let's also look into the status quo of where you base individuals based upon their talent. For a public institution such as UC Berkeley, where they're taking people just upon test scores, this isn't fair either. And the key reason why it's not fair is because of your economic social class. And that is what we're leading us into a remodel of today's debate and what will help educational institutions. So furthermore, we're proposing a two-step strategy. Firstly, we want to look at a long-term plan. Our long-term plan here is we want Canada to increase educational funding and ensure it is distributed equally across the board. So what that means is a student attending high school in Red Deer, Alberta, gets the same educational quality as a student attending a school in Toronto, Quebec, and Vancouver. Secondly, what we want to dive into here is the short-term which continues into our long-term goal. We recognize social economic challenges in society and in getting into educational system. So instead of judging an applicant based on race, weight, and gender, we propose that universities weigh the postal code of the applicant's resident, but also the postal code of the student's high school. So that way we're getting a more holistic picture of the Canadian applicants that are entering into universities, and which will ensure that the schools are better suiting the students, that they're going to be based upon their merit. But you seem to disagree.
Honorable Speaker, would you not agree that more than just socioeconomic class affects students' performance on tests?
What we see in today's society is there are very high correlation between individuals of a high income class producing higher in the university status. That is in the status quo, and that is an issue that we need to address today, and that is what we are doing in our model. You talk about equity and fairness, and that is what we need to do, because your social economic impact is what is harming most students getting into the university. And oftentimes your social economic impact has to do with other factors that we want to dive into. So furthermore, I want to explain the impact of what this remodel will do. With this new model, individuals of all social economic impact will get a fair chance at universities who will truly get to sign and get to show based upon their merit. What we're doing is we're taking into account the unfair advantages of wealthy people in society and how they're getting ahead. And what we're doing is we're actually creating a more equitable opportunity, an opportunity for students to get into universities that to do so. So I've explained, answering kind of this PY, and leads us to this core of debate, is this correlation in society and the main harms that we're facing in the status quo, and that we're going to continue to face even with this motion go at hand. And we were telling you that even when you put this motion at hand, it is counterintuitive as well. So what are the main harms that we need to address? And it is that social economical impact. It is that those that are come from a wealthier upbringing, they have the opportunity to the tutors, to those extra programs, the opportunity to a schooling that is better funded as well. And that is an issue to cause. What we're proposing in the model is that funding is distributed equally so everybody can have that better opportunity to get that education they deserve. Because we believe on our side of the house that no matter your race, weight, or race, gender, or ethnicity, you should not be getting a worse education, and you should not let your social class inhibit that either. We are proposing today a model that is going to do that. We're proposing an educational system where we believe Canadians are going to be better off. And because of this, we're going to see a better future for Canada, because we're going to make sure that more Canadians are educated. So furthermore, I kind of want to summarize this point of what we are doing here. We're seeing that their model is counterintuitive because it's just going to be a status quo, checking off a quota of getting people in. And those truly that deserve to be in the education system will not get that opportunity. We're also seeing in their model that they have all these exceptions to the rules that really it's not that equitable, and the minorities will still not have an opportunity because those that are wealthy often have those higher GPAs because they're able to afford those tutors and the extra educational benefits that come with it. So that is why we cannot let this model go, their model go through, and we propose this new one because we're proposing a better educational system. So now that I've talked about our first point of how educational systems should be upon the institutional merit, our second speaker is going to talk about the credibility of individuals if their motion passed and the harms at it. Because when their motion comes to pass and you do it based upon gender, when someone looks at a woman that gets into the STEM field, they may say this woman got in here because she was only a woman. But we need to take into account that women are more than that they can get into these programs on their own merit. And that is why this motion cannot go at hand. So furthermore, as opposition aside leader, I'm so proud to oppose their model at hand, bring forth this new model that is bringing better to Canadians because we're going to have a more diverse educational system, we're going to have a more inclusive educational system, why I'm so proud to oppose.
Thank you for your remarks. This time elapsed was 6 minutes and 58 seconds. I'm now calling on the second speaker for the girls.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you for this packed house. The thing I'm going to do is I am going to discuss some of the misrepresentation that side opposition has done of our model and prove why, while we agree on so much, they have missed the mark, and now that they have proposed a counter model, their burden of proof has been shifted to them, and then they have to prove that they cannot only solve this issue, but they can solve it better than we can. So let's start off with one of the biggest misrepresentations the first speaker on side opposition had in her speech. At no point in our model did we ever mention a quota. That word has never come up, and that word will never come up, because that is not what we stand for. Your examples coming out of the United States of these schools who set these quotas, they do not apply to this and are out of scope of this debate, because our model is not about quotas. What our model is allowing leeway in percentage averages. That is what this is about, and that should be the focus of this debate going forward. What I'm going to do today, similar to their first speaker, is prove to you why these disadvantaged groups have to do more to get the same grade. Because that's what this is about. It's about showing that an 80 earned by a white male student is not equivalent that of an 80 earned by an Indigenous female student. That student will likely have had to put in significantly more effort and faced more challenges along the way to get the same result. But you would disagree.
An 80 earned by a white male student that has poor economic background and an 80 earned by the richest white male student that exists. Is that not a consideration?
Absolutely do believe that is a problem, but I do believe that is out of scope of this debate. This is not a debate about economics. This is not a debate about class. This is a debate about gender. This is a debate about race, and this is a debate about sexuality. I would prefer if we kept in scope for the rest of this debate. Thank you. When we look at this, wealth is something that does matter, and because of that, we see that Indigenous people, on average, are less well off than non-Indigenous people. That is going to be a factor here by doing this. Yes?
If that's the case socioeconomically, wouldn't our model cover that?
I do agree, and I will get to non-economic challenges. If you would please wait for me to continue. We look at this and we agree that there are advantages to wealth, but we do also want to highlight some of the other barriers that these groups face. Wealth is one of them, time is one of them, there are stress, there is prejudice, and there are language barriers. I'm going to go over each of these and show why it matters and what it does affect. Time. When we compare the life of a man compared to the life of a woman, there is one really obvious thing that we all gotta kind of acknowledge. Women have periods. That is something that we have to understand, that there is significant cramps that can cause women to miss school, that can cause them to have a disadvantage, and can make them earning high grades more challenging. That is something that we want to address, that we address in our model, and your model does not address. Stress is another thing that is not addressed in your model. There are several stressors that women and people of color and those of the LGBTQ community face in daily life. I will not be taking any more POIs, thank you. That they face in their daily life that the people not in these groups do not face. It is known that women often have to fear sexual harassment in classrooms. They have to fear these things that we do not want them to do, and that takes away time, that takes away stress, that makes it harder for them to focus on their studies. It is harming their grades because they are preoccupied. And this is specifically important with those of the LGBTQ community, specifically the transgender community. This is something that is very heavily affected them, as they are very heavily prejudiced, and when going through transition and when coming in, it is common to see grades drop because they are going through so much, they are so stressed, and that they are not able to focus on their studies. But But we don't think that means that they're less capable. We think that they are still just as capable, that they are just going through something that we need to acknowledge and that is acknowledged in our model, but is not in your counter model. I will not be taking any more POIs. Thank you. One other thing that has to be acknowledged is these grades are not given out perfectly. These are given out by people, and people have prejudice. Prejudice is something that is important to look at because in many cases, unfortunate as it may be, men are often taken more seriously than women. When presenting, a male may receive a higher grade simply because they are given more consideration due to their gender, due to them having things such as a louder voice or being physically taller. And that is an advantage that we want to account for in our model, and that, again, is not accounted for in your counter model. So that's going to be the kind of the theme of this speech, is that we are here and we are going to account wealth because these groups, such as our indigenous people, our people of color, are affected by class, they are affected by socioeconomic status, and that is something that does need to be considered, but our model considers so much more than that. Our model takes this and allows us to extrapolate more and make a more equitable application system that allows a greater advantage to those who need it. As mentioned by my first speaker, this is going to lead to more positive impacts. This is going to lead to more diverse classrooms in post-secondary institutions. And we on-side government believe that is a good thing. We believe that having a diversity of ideas allows everyone to grow more, allows everyone to learn, and allows everyone to better themselves in a situation where you can come to understand other cultures, you can come to understand other points of view, and that is something that we find important. We are here for equity. We are here so that we can make these people who work hard, who are facing challenges that others don't have to face, can get the same results based on what they put in. And that's what we are here for, and that's what we stand for on side government. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, member, for your 7-minute speech. The time elapsed was 6 minutes 54 seconds. I now call upon the second speaker for the opposition.
Honorable Speaker, I would like to firstly acknowledge that both sides of the House agree on one principled thing. We believe that we should increase participation of minorities, of people who are of the LGBTQ, of indigenous peoples, of various races in post-secondary education. What we fundamentally disagree on is how we actually do this. How do we actually incorporate, how do we actually include more of these individuals into this opportunity? We on side opposition recognize that education and the educational status of an individual is directly tied to individuals' socioeconomic status. We said this because we recognize people who are wealthier are able to afford things like tutors, are able to afford things like more prep schools, like able to afford things such as private schools to help their children develop stronger. People of the lower on the socio-economic ladder are unfortunately unable to reach those resources. And this is why we propose a counter model to side government. We recognize as well that side government, what their model is basically just an affirmation of status quo. The reason why is because their 85 to 87.5% is so low that it will have limited to no impact on how individuals are actually accepted into universities. We've seen in today's application status that university acceptances have gone up to 94, 95, if not 97, 98 percentiles. This, with the model that side government proposed, will simply not cover that area and will not increase the participation of people of ethnic minorities, not at this time. Now, what we heard from the second member of side government was a really deep discussion on the challenges that women face in education, the challenges women face in life in general. As a man, I cannot acknowledge these challenges myself from personal experience, but we acknowledge these challenges are true. However, the solution we believe inside opposition is not to provide them a grade boost to get them easier into university. However, we believe the actual benefit and how to actually increase their participation is by providing things such as menstrual products if they have period times. Is by providing the resources that they need. How are these provided? They're only on our side of the house when we increase funding to education. But you seem to disagree.
Would side opposition not agree that menstrual products will not stop menstrual cramps and not stop females from missing school?
On side opposition, we acknowledge that. However, we recognize that what we need to do is actually provide an environment that is more comfortable for these individuals to attend school as well. And we believe by doing this, we'll make it more comfortable for them. Now, on to my own constructive. I'm going to talk about how side government's model will overwhelmingly damage credibility of individuals who fall under affirmative action and educational institutions that actually provide affirmative action. Firstly, damage to individual credibility. One thing to understand here is that when doing affirmative action, the perception of affirmative action matters more than the theory behind it. The theory on both sides is really strong. We believe we want to have people who are historically been left to the side by society. We believe on both sides of the house that we should actually propel these people up. However, the perception of how affirmative action is conducted is the complete opposite. When implemented by certain US colleges such as Harvard, such as Stanford, such as UPenn, what actually happened was that this accelerated the far right's movements on saying that they are taking away our nation, they're taking away our culture. We believe that is complete inverse on what side government and side officers are trying to do today. So, how can we actually prove this to you? If we look at our model and their model, we need to consider two main actors. Those that fall into these categories, so those who are of different minorities, who are of LGBTQ, who are of female or other genders. What we see is that for those within, they will present a benefit, and that is a good. However, for those on the outside, those who are not classified in the affirmative action, how would they perceive when these individuals are actually accepted into schools? They will see them and automatically believe that the only reason that they're here is because of affirmative action. It's because that they are, oh, you are of Asian descent, or oh, you are of indigenous descent that you're in this school. They will not believe you're in it because of your merit. So what would it actually lead to? This would lead to increased diversification in the school itself. It would lead to people actually not including them as one whole. It will lead to a splintering of the school population into these different sectors, into these different genders, into these different ethnicities. This is, again, counterintuitive to what both sides of the house want to accomplish today. What does our model do? Our model actually allows people to be whole. It actually allows them to learn as one conglomerate together. Why is this? Because we on both sides have recognized that socioeconomic status is tied to education. We recognize this as a fundamental pillar. So when we actually tie things such as providing boosts in the short term based on zip code, what actually happens is that people will recognize that why we're doing this is for a fundamental reason to actually improve how people are actually accepted into universities. And in the long term, actually providing greater funding to rural schools and to match them to the standards of urban schools as well. Now, this is also harmful for institutional credibility. Institutional credibility being the educational institutions. Why is this so? Well, we believe we want to live in a perfect meritocracy, where everyone is judged based on their sole merits. However, as society is, as people are, we are not perfect. So what happens now is that when graduates graduate from the universities, when graduates go seek jobs, what firms would do is try to evaluate those graduates based on the merits as well. When they see institutions who incorporate affirmative action, what they could think is that, of these graduates, of these candidates, potentially those from those minority groups, those of the LGBTQ community, those who are of different genders, are actually there in the institution based on their background and not based on their merits. What this would do overall is harm the value of the institution's degrees. How will this feel for the individual who paid, say $100,000 for a law degree? How will this feel for an individual who paid tens of thousands of dollars for a bachelor's of arts degree when they graduate, finding that they cannot find jobs simply because their education institution has them marked as a non-merit-based institution? This is overwhelmingly be absolutely devastating for these individuals, and this is why, on side opposition, I'm so proud to oppose this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, member, for your speech. The time is 6 minutes 56 seconds. I now call upon the third speaker for the government.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am so proud to be here to represent side government on this highly contested motion that this House would grant educational institutions the right to weigh race, gender, and sexuality as a positive factor in admissions. As we've said in our model, this positive factor is not to meet quotas. It is to make sure that everyone is equitable, not equal, because if you want to make everybody equal, it's still, there is always going to be someone below. We are here for equity. I am so proud but honored to show how this will have immensely beneficial effects to not only those in those minority groups, but Canada as a whole. And with that, I'm going to outline speaker by speaker, point by point, how this motion should pass and how side opposition has misguided, misrepresented, and overall missed the mark with their speeches. The first, we've talked a lot about affirmative action and Canada versus the US, and I am very well versed in the Princeton and Stanford and Harvard and Yale. The reason this was set in place and the reason they saw this was a detriment was because one specific minority group was absolutely dominating the entire educational system. It was not equitable to all of the races, to all the sexes. It was one specific minority group, and this is the reason why that fell in Harvard and Yale. I will not bring up the specific group as I believe that's out of the scope of this debate. But with that, Canada is far different from the US, as we have seen that Indigenous rights issues are extremely important, and we have addressed it in the Canadian Parliament that we need to enforce these calls to action and walk the walk, not just talk the talk, but you would disagree.
Honorable Speaker, how are you going to ensure that one minority group doesn't take over an institution here if you have no quotas, if you have no merit and no standards for your model?
We believe this in our model to be that 2.5% difference, that if you don't have this quota, we're not saying this many people need to get through, that 2.5% difference allows for everybody to have a little bit of a hand up. And if we do see that there is one person dominating, then it can always be reevaluated, because then they are no longer a minority. They will become the majority and then no longer apply to this model. Thank you very much. And then for the second point, I want to say that the onus is now on side opposition, as they have provided a counter model, meaning that their model needs to far outweigh our model. And you know what? I would love to thoroughly deconstruct this, because I think what they are saying on their side of the house is that everyone in the same city or everyone in the same postal code has the same socioeconomic status, which is thoroughly not the case. I could be in the same place, on the same street as someone and make $1 million, and they are still living paycheck to paycheck. But because we are in the same we are in the same postal code, we will be given the same merit. So those top 1% of each city will be the ones going to the college. It will not be the people that actually we want diversity with. They say that they're for diversity. They say they are for equity. But we see on our side of the house, this is far from pushing that 1%, but you would disagree.
Honorable Speaker, how is it fair if a minority group is worse off in school, gets ahead and gets into the institution because someone of a white culture?
I understand.
That's not fair.
It is fair for the fact that those things made them less to get into university. Their grades are directly impacted by their sexual orientation, by their race. Those Indigenous students should be given somewhat of a hand up, because honestly, their lives are harder than the privileged white people, and that it's just a basic fact that Indigenous people people are underprivileged. We see this directly through our calls to action. And again, if we want to talk the talk, we better walk the walk. How are we supposed to implement the educational calls to action if we're not actually willing to back it up? And with that, the third point is everyone should be based solely on their merits. And yes, in a way, that is why we put our 2.5% and that 90% in. 90%, if you have a 90 percentile, I don't care if you're rich, poor, whatever, you worked really, really hard for that. That is why those who are under that percentile will be treated with this 2.5%. And with that, they said that majority of universities are not, that only those 90% are going to be let in. I think they're becoming skewed on the Harvard and the Yale and all of those who require those 90%. But here in Canada, the average acceptance rate into university is 65%. Meaning this 90% rule will only affect those that are trying really, really, really hard, and those privileged people that think that they can get by with a 65% will not be included in this. And that their wealth and education based on their race and based on their white privilege will not further advantage them. We want to see equitability in our diverse Canada. We want to see more CEOs in the top level. We want to see more Indigenous people being allowed into government. And where does that start? That starts with giving them a hand up, not a handout, as side opposition would have you believe. We want to make sure that our women are equitable in this society. As my first speaker said, it leads to increased positivity in workplaces, it decreases crime rates, it decreases poverty, and as we can tell, side opposition says that they want to benefit the top 1% in each postal code. I would say our model is far superior, so proud to propose.
Honorable Speaker, my colleagues brought up the notion of a quota because it is something that needs to be discussed, and it's important. Because this did happen in United States schools. And I'll say it, side government is talking about Asian Americans. This particular set of minority population has done so well in SAT exams and has done so well apparently in general exams that should quotas not have existed, and should they still benefit under the minority label as they would under side government side of the house, many public universities would now practically be 90% Asian. But more importantly than that, I don't personally think that's a bad thing. But more importantly than that, I think the notion that they have to cover here is the claim where side opposition seems to believe that just because Asians make up 60% or 70% of a college, that makes them the majority in Canada. I don't think so. I don't think that's the case at all. I think that, sure, you go to school and you're surrounded by your Asian peers, but when you go back in society, that's definitely not the case. We haven't taken that into account. So when we take this situation and look at it at hand, we cannot move forward with side government's resolution and right? Not at this time. But more importantly, let's examine two key questions in today's debate. Firstly, who really needs help under the current status quo in order to propel themselves towards a university education? And secondly, let's talk about learning quality for students throughout their educational journey in elementary school, high school, as well as university. So let's answer that first question, right? Who really needs help? Well, I think side government made some clear assumptions about race. And the assumption being that if you are an ethnic minority of any sort, if you are Chinese, if you are Indigenous, whether you are a member of Algonquin Nation or Cree Nation, or whether you are Indonesian or Ethiopian, it seems that your struggles are all going to be the same. That is simply not the case, right? That's why socioeconomic standards cover the situation better. But when we even compare two people within the same ethnic group, again, socioeconomic standards cover this better. Let's examine two candidates, let's say, of Indigenous descent, right? I think the case is statistically, under our side of the house, let me make it very clear, unfortunately, many racial minorities do reside in postal code areas which do exemplify their socioeconomic challenges that they have to persist and live with, right? So again, we cover that. But when we analyze two candidates of the same ethnic background, we still come out on top because we realize that these people have different struggles, right? Let's analyze, in this case, two Chinese applicants towards a university. When we look at this assumption, right, under many cases, right, the assumption, the stereotype might be that, again, Asian students perform well in exams. And if we're going to put quotas or anything of the sort, or limit Asian students, because they're already majorities in universities, right, we're going to be missing out on Asian students that actually do not fit the stereotype, that actually have issues at home, right, that actually do not reside in the rich parts of town. We think that postal codes accurately cover that because applications and admissions offices are aware of how to use postal codes to locate which part of town an applicant comes from and accurately assess their quality of life and their background, right? Okay, so I think we win on that point. Who really needs help? Because again, we do make sure that we, admit enough members of racial minorities. But more importantly, we also ensure that we admit members of racial minorities who have it even worse, who are even struggling further with their socioeconomic condition. We go a step further, and I think because of that, we take that point first, right? We really help those who need a hand. Secondly, let's talk about learning quality for students, right? We've talked about gender and sexuality and how that affects the learning experience. That's why specifically, the leader of the opposition came up here and told you we want to expand funding for education in elementary school and in high school. We want to make sure that the education quality is uniform and ensure that overall education covers topics like LGBTQ plus acceptance. It covers topics like women's challenges and menstruation, right? We want to make sure that is plainly in the case. We don't think a Band-Aid on the situation, a grade boost, is simply enough. Because yes, that might get them into university, but we want to make sure that their learning experience is actually something that they enjoy going to. We want to make sure that they enjoy going to school, right? So now that I've analyzed these two questions, who really needs the help? Okay, of course, ethnic minorities need the help, and we cover them. Because again, unfortunately, statistically, many ethnic minorities do struggle socioeconomically, right? But more importantly, to those ethnic minorities, for example, Chinese Canadians that might be doing okay, well, we ensure that those members who are also struggling socioeconomically are also covered on our side of the house. We don't see that on government side of the house, and I have a pretty big problem with that. But secondly, again, we talked about learning quality for students. We wanted to make sure that students at school don't get gazed on, and in university, in the lecture, don't get looked on, and other students might wonder, oh, are they really here because they deserve to be here? Are they really here because, well, they checked a box on the application list? We want to make sure that they were here because of their merit. And we know in society, things are harder when you don't have a private tutor, when you don't go to private school, when you don't get driven to school every day. And we think postal codes, although yes, imperfect, do a better job than simple race, gender, or sexuality. And again, we've told you how expanding funding overall will increase and of course make education better and more inclusive. We want school to be engaging, we want school to be inclusive. With socioeconomic statuses, we can ensure that that is the case for all people, whether they're a racial minority or whether they are struggling socioeconomically. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. The time left was 6 minutes 31 seconds. At this time, there will be a 2-minute break
Honorable Speaker, side government came up here and proposed us the burden. Not only do we have to solve the issue at hand, but we have to do it better. And that is exactly what we've done here today. That is why on side opposition, I'm so proud to oppose their model and bring forth our new model at hand that is helping the educational institution application process become more equitable. What I'm going to be doing for us today is telling you why side government's points don't stand and why they've lost today's debate, and reconstructing our points and why we won today's debate, but not only that, why we're making the educational institution's application better. So firstly, let me begin with the first speaker that talks about their model of today's debate. Their model brought point that they said this 2.5% is what's going to help and save them. But when we propose the POI, what happens when a minority group takes over a large majority of the population in a university? They had no response to that. They had no response into addition to the quota as well. They are not solving anything of being equitable because you're either going to have an overpopulation or an underrepresentation too. So that is why their model is not working. And then the second speaker comes up and talks about hindering factors that prevent people from getting into these institutions, and that is why we need to give them a leg up. I think it is insulting and decredits a woman that she deserves a leg up because she has a period. That just doesn't seem acceptable on my side. Talk about stress. Stress is a main factor. Many individuals deal with stress, all sorts of individuals. To just specifically talk about LGBTQ plus individuals or the transgender that come out doesn't take into account another individual, non-minority group, or low social economic class that can't afford to put dinner on their plate, on their food, or can't afford to get their next meal. Why is their stress not taken into account too? Don't they deserve a stay in the educational institution as well? Those factors are hindering them. So furthermore, we can see that their points that they brought forth don't stand because they are just a handout that they claim they're not doing on their side of the house. So now I want to refocus of what we proposed to you today, and we proposed you a better solution, a better model of how we're going to make educational institution applications more fair. What our model is doing is, our first point we brought up to you and that I elaborated on, is that there's a very high correlation in today's society of those of wealthier get a better educational system, better funded, and are better off. And we do not want to accept that anymore. We want to ensure that we're ensuring that that money is distributed across Canada, across the board, so everybody has the opportunity to a better educational system and can foster there. But then our third speaker also made this good correlation that many minorities are struggling in the social economic class, so in theory, they are winning on our side of the house too. They are going to be better off. And then finally, our second speaker comes up today and tells you about credibility. Firstly, the credibility of an individual is that you're only going to be credible because you got there based upon your gender, race or culture. And we don't think that's fair. We think that they deserve to be there because of their strong merit and because they deserve that opportunity. When I walk into a classroom as a woman, I've earned my opportunity to be in that classroom, not just because I'm a woman I checked off a quota. And then we bring up the second point here of how this decredits institutions themselves, is that when you finally graduate and go off into the workforce, you are going to be at a disadvantage because your university is not going to be seen as credible, because your university is just going to be seen that they're trying to check off a box and ensure that equity is brought forth when it's really not, and that is harmful to the individuals at hand. So what we've proposed to you is a model today that ensures equitably the opportunity for individuals to go into the education system, to ensure that your social economic class doesn't hinder you. And what we're doing on our side of the house is we are benefiting minority and social economic, those at a disadvantage. That is why on side opposition, I'm so proud to oppose this motion, and we don't give handouts to anybody on our side of the house. We ensure that you get into the university because you deserve to be there. Thank you.
Thank you. We on side government are so proud today to prove conclusively why we feel this motion is beneficial for Canadians and why it is better than side opposition's model. First off, I'd like to say that with we as side government, when we pass this motion, we improve all these diversity benefits, all these things I've outlined for you before, and then we can improve the education system too. When we look at side opposition's model, they don't offer any of the things we offer in terms of diversity and inclusion, and we can still fund the education system as side government, but they can't do both. We can do both. We can recognize the stresses and the disadvantages that people from these underprivileged communities face, and we are the only ones who can recognize it. They only recognize socioeconomic class. We have developed a more holistic approach that recognizes everybody, everybody that needs to be recognized, everybody that is underprivileged. This is where we draw a huge issue in their model with postal codes. We should be judging on merit. We agree with this. That's why we've developed this 2.5% to equate that difference. We don't believe that judging someone on where they live should be an appropriate way of measuring because, as they've said, the rich will do better. The 1% of these postal codes are going to do better. They're going to be the only ones who get into these universities because they're the only ones that qualify in that area. So they haven't actually addressed the problem that we have with people of low income statuses not being able to go to universities, whereas we on our side of the house have. They haven't taken into account our teacher prejudice. They haven't taken into account, they've mentioned taking into account AA, but what we've seen is we haven't ever mentioned quotas. We never mention quotas. It is the institution's choice if they want to implement this program. It is the institution is allowed to implement this program. This is not a mandate that they have to choose. This is an option for universities. And additionally, maybe they've admitted that the problem with it is the perception. The concept of AA is strong, and maybe on side government we should be focusing on using a strong concept and changing people's perceptions rather than throwing away a wonderful concept, as they've admitted, and trying to come up with something new when we know AA works. AA is fundamentally strong. They've admitted as much. We on side government agree. And we believe that if people's perceptions are the problem with it, maybe by showing them diversity and inclusion, we can actually reduce this prejudice and make it proven that people have earned their way, they have the grades to get in, that we are only showing equity in being able to equate negative consequences, negative stereotypes that are associated with people of these underprivileged groups. Additionally, I would like to respond in a sense to that we can't teach racial prejudice without change. We are the most timely solution. They say we are going to remake the education system. I see 12 years down the line that works. What about now? What about the urgency we see now? You can't fix the education system for grade 12s this year who need to get into university. You can't do it by reforming the education system this year. Maybe long-term that works, and we are on board with doing that long-term, but we don't see the benefits of our side. We see the benefits of now, and that is the point of our motion today, is to see the benefits of now, to see the equity of now, and we believe in bringing equity to the people who need it most. That is why we as side government are so proud to be able to propose this motion today, to bring credibility to the people of these groups, and to recognize that we need to acknowledge that they are underprivileged, and we need to bring that privilege back to them. Thank you.
I thank the member for concluding the debate. The time elapsed was 3 minutes 58 seconds. Judges, please complete your ballot. Judges are not permitted to offer feedback at this time. If there are no objections by our judges, comparators and observers are asked to leave the room.
Just let him trip. Come on, we don't want that. I would love to see it. Yeah. Right? We love men. This is why they should give us
my bag.
The resolution before the House today is THW grant educational institutions the right to weigh race, gender, and sexuality as a positive factors in admissions. Representing the government are its first speaker Andre, the second speaker Taro, and its third speaker Kelly. Representing the opposition are its first speaker Hamza, the second speaker Selim, and its third speaker Joe. On behalf of the House, I would like to express a sincere welcome to our judges and would provide a brief introduction about them. Our first judge is Michelle McDonald. Michelle McDonald is a lawyer in Saskatoon at Lakefield LLP who focuses on criminal defense and civil litigation. Before that, she clerked at the Court of King's Bench in Saskatoon and competed in the Western Canadian Trial Board competition, winning the prize for top academic performance as an orator. Michelle has made either oral or written submissions in Provincial Court, the Court of King's Bench, and the Saskatchewan Court of Appeal. Our second judge is Swapna Padmanabha. Swapna returned to her educational pursuits after 27 years hiatus and graduated from the University of Saskatchewan with a 4-year BA in psychology. She was the fast track into PhD program in Indigenous Studies. Her dissertation examines allyship between Indigenous people in Saskatchewan and diasporic South Asians. Her research areas of interest focus on allyship, gender, and critical race theory. Swapna has been awarded many citations, including the Dean's Special University Graduate Scholarship, and is currently completing her dissertation while enjoying her dream job as a lecturer in the Department of Indigenous Studies, University of Saskatchewan. Our third judge is M.T. Zunti. Emily Zunti graduated from Concordia University with a Bachelor of Commerce in 2022 and is now studying law at the University of Saskatchewan. She is passionate about the skills of debate and public speaking. Before university, she was an active participant in 4-H public speaking competitions and regularly placed at high levels. In her undergraduate years, she competed on behalf of John Molson School of Business in debate for JDC 2019 in Lévis, Quebec. She also competed in undergraduate moot competitions in 2019 and in 2021. Emily is excited to be a judge for this year's JDC West debates and wishes all debaters the best of luck. I, Shirley Goyal, am the Speaker of the House and timekeeper. I may be referred to as Honorable Speaker. Now I will announce the rules of the debate. Each debate will deliver a 7-minute constructive speech, except the reply speech. I will be counting down from and providing the time signals. These will be given as each minute passes. At the end of the first minute, I will slap the desk to declare the end of protected time, as well as the 30-second mark displayed by a say handshake, ending with a 10-second countdown. If the debate will still continue, then I will unfortunately have to slap the desk again to stop the speaker. I will ask you to stop speaking at that time. Points of information will be allowed during the constructive speeches, but not during the first and the last minute of these speeches, as this is the protected time. POIs are not permitted during the reply speech. Points of clarifications are allowed, but may only be offered in the beginning half of the first government speech. Points will be deducted for any debater who interrupts another excessively. Are there any questions regarding the rules? I now call upon the first speaker to introduce the government case for 7 minutes.
What is the one thing that governments all across the world have in common? You might say they tax people, they sit around and discuss a lot of things. But one of the biggest things governments tend to have in common is that they make big promises, and a lot of the time they have nothing to back them up. We have seen this time and time again from governments coming up in Parliament and making these promises on how they are going to address race, gender, and sexuality issues. They make all these super big incentives and make these really big promises, and very little times do they actually make any meaningful and impactful change. And what you're going to see today is that on our side of the house today, on side government, what we strive to do today is bring about meaningful and impactful change for Canadian citizens. Above all else, that is our goal today. So going into my speech today, I'm going to outline a model, our model, and find some terms. So the resolution for us today is this House would grant educational institutions the right to weigh race, gender, and sexuality as a positive factor in admission. Our model today is that as part of the holistic approach, students may indicate their race, gender, and sexuality and discuss any hardships they may have faced, leaving the university or the school in question choose how much value they give to this as long as it is beneficial for the applicant. And in regards to the positive factor, it has to be in a beneficial manner. It can't be taken in a negative way. We also define this House as Canada, and educational institutions should be clear enough, and any educational institution in Canada. So today I'm going to be talking about two pillars, and my partner Tara will talk about the third. First pillar would be the idea of equity and how we need to promote equity, not equality, and how we need to look at the value of education in our society. And Tara will be taking the next point, which will be the long-term impacts of a decision such as this. So let's get into my speech today, Honourable Speaker. We see Canada is one of the most diverse, equitable, safe, and welcoming places in the world. And yet, there is still a lot of things that they must do in order to further this. There's still a lot of the way to go in order to make it complete, in order to promote equity for people all across Canada. Now, the number one thing that we have said on side government today is that we want to make meaningful and impactful change. That is why under our model, we're not doing anything preposterous. We're making something small that will actually have a big impact on these people's lives. We're making a small change that won't harm anyone or will have very minimal harm, but will have major benefits. So let's look into the equity pillar. We see that race, gender, and sexuality are and have been major issues in our society, but my opponents seem to disagree.
We love the idea of equity. If that is such a primary concern, why don't you increase funding for Indigenous education on reserves?
Of course. So we're expecting this on side government for side opposition to come up before you today and say, why this? Why not this? Why this? Why not this? Well, we see that the resolution today is about whether or not we should grant educational institutions this right. We're not talking about what is the best way to benefit Canadian citizens. What we're talking about is how to do this. This specific aspect. Should educational institutions be able to do this? Is this a beneficial change? The burden of side proposition today, the burden of side government, is to prove that this will be a beneficial change, a mechanism in order to benefit Canadian citizens today. And we will show you that that is in fact absolutely true today. So as I was saying, how this race, gender, and sexuality have been and continue to be major issues everywhere. Discrimination has been there, much more subtly nowadays, but it's still underlying. And we have taken steps towards rectifying it, and there is funding going towards places like New York. There is things like the 55 calls to action, or 54 calls to action by the government right now. But what we are doing is trying to prioritize education, as it is one of the most important things, the most vital things that can cause a lot of long-term impacts, as Tara will talk about further. We see that this discrimination is present in the workplace, politics, but most importantly, it's present in education. And by specifically targeting education as a mechanism, we're able to make long-lasting, impactful change without having to go through a lot of work and putting in all these massive things that won't actually change anything. Now, while side opposition may come up before you today and make it seem like we're trying to take the easy way out, I want to make one thing clear. This is not the destination. This is a step towards it. We are not here on side government saying that this is the only thing we're going to be doing. But we are saying that this resolution is about educational institutions and this right. And it is not about other things, which they may try to portray it as. So let's look as well at the value of education. We can see that education is the single and most vital necessity other than our most bare necessities such as food, water, and shelter. We see that education is the very basis of our society. Without education, it is very hard to progress anywhere. It is very hard to get into politics, very hard to get a job that has decent pay. Education is the very baseline of that. And by improving education for everyone, we are able to raise that basis and make it much more accessible for everyone. So what we on side government want to do is not look at all of the factors along the way of how we can impact people, but look at the very bottom and see what we can do at the very beginning to get people started on a better career. At the very beginning, to help them out. So let's see what else was some examples of this. We can see how in the cycle of poverty, this idea of people being born into a poor family, then not being able to afford proper schooling or not being able to get into proper schooling, and then continuing down and going and having the same situation with more generations. But by introducing this specific mechanism, this specific resolution, we're making it easier for people who are born into a disadvantaged household to to still be able to get into university and still have not just their grades showcased, not just other things, but a holistic approach in which you see every single aspect of what happened in their life. Not just looking at the numbers, but looking at who they are as a person. But my opponents, yet again, seem to disagree today.
Right, but you literally just identified that these are sort of harms that you're experiencing since childbirth. These are harms that you've grown up systematically since then. So how is it that suddenly only at the university level, by implementing affirmative action at that point, are you going to be able to stop all of these harms from ever existing?
Of course, side opposition may have misinterpreted what educational institutions mean. This is for any type of schooling. So that starts in around 5 years old, I would say. So that point falls on our side of the house. Second of all, they talk about, in a perfect world, maybe side opposition can come before you today and change the entire world with the snap of their fingers. But once again, on side government, we want actual change that we can implement now. We want something that we can go ahead and institute that will cause change now. We don't want to talk about all these possible situations and all these theoretical things. We want something that will benefit Canadian citizens at this moment. So if you are truly to support diversity, equity, and support making the most impactful change for Canadian citizens, then there's no other recourse but to side with side proposition today.
I thank the member for their remarks. The time elapsed was 6 minutes 48 seconds. We shall now hear the first speaker for the opposition.
Panel, side proposition comes up here and they do two excellent jobs for you. First, side proposition does an excellent job at trying to circumvent all the benefits that side opposition would actually like to claim for you today by already suggesting that somehow what we want to claim, creating systematic change at the very cause, is somehow out of the scope of this debate. Unfortunately, they don't actually tell you why it is that they're out of the scope of this debate. They only just assert that, by the way, it's the out of the scope of the debate, so you should not consider what we have to say. Second important thing that they actually do for you today, they accurately highlight their cycles of poverty from the very beginning that are impacting people. And we think that if you acknowledge that, then you actually have to tell us why and how implementing this sort of change is going to reduce all of those harms at that very fundamental level, not at the level that they think they're going to claim. What am I going to do for you today? The very first thing I would like to do for you is really just wrap up this clash that I've started for you. Then I would like to talk to you about the argument as to why it delegitimizes and it devolves individual efforts. Then you get the final argument from the side opposition, and that is going to be how this is a band-aid solution to systematic problems, and my partner will talk more about that. My partner's argument is already going to preemptively clash with a lot of what they're saying, but I think that it's important enough that we do it anyways, and we'll do it again. Okay. The very first thing I would like to do is I would like to place to you within the context of what this debate looks like, because side proposition actually does not characterize that for you. We think that it's interesting to say, oh, by the way, yeah, since elementary we're going to, increase admissions based on the factors of race and age. We think that there's a significant difference between asking to get admitted into professional programs versus public schools. Governments realistically have influence over public schools, and we do not think that under the status quo, Indigenous students, exclusively based on their race or their skin color or their accessibility, are being banned from public schools, because otherwise that would lead to pretty big lawsuits, and we just don't see a lot of evidence for that. What do we see the evidence for at this time? We see evidence and barriers in, for example, Indigenous people not being Indigenous people and their representation in postgraduate or graduate programs. We think the side proposition should have actually focused where the heart of this debate is, and the heart of this debate actually exists within the post-secondary level institutions, which is why it's interesting they come up here and they tell you, oh, by the way, this problem is a cycle of poverty issue that is at the very, very first steps, and also we're going to somehow increase and going to stop like this hypothetical discrimination that exists, but also let us also tell you that, this small change of accepting people is going to lead some really, really big big benefits, and it's going to cause, paradigm shifts within our educational model. We don't think that that is going to happen. Now let's talk about where we do agree. Importance of education, absolutely we agree. A lot of what side proposition said, we do fundamentally agree, because we think education is an excellent tool for you to get yourself out of poverty, and it is an excellent empowering mechanism that Indigenous people and other people of color, quite frankly, in many cases, are disenfranchised from. That is all facts. However, the problem is the kind of benefits that they want to claim without actually admitting what it is that they're wanting to do. Okay, I already told you why like elementary and high schools are actually, you know, not really that within the scope of this debate, and then this debate is actually at the heart of the indigenous, at the heart of university level applications, because that is generally when you're already being judged based on your past experiences, and that is the point at which you would, as a government, really have influence to have more of that affirmative action, which is also why in historical examples of affirmative actions, that is why they exist at that level, when we don't see examples of that existing at the elementary level. Okay. With that, let's talk about how it is going to devalue individual efforts, and there's a lot of clash built into this already as well. First of all, I would like to begin with the idea of how quantifying oppression and systematic barriers that people face and letting educational institutions quantify that into numbers is very problematic and dangerous. Why is that? We think that an educational institution does not get to decide, oh, by the way, because I'm a brown man, plus 2 points for you for this application. Oh, you're an indigenous man, plus 3 points. You're an indigenous woman, plus 4 points. You're disabled, but white, we'll give you 1.5 points. Why is that problematic? We think that's problematic because these criteria tend to be subjective. And we think that because of the subjective natures of this, and because of the impacts that this will have on people's lives and careers, and because we can't ever make it just, because who gets to decide, oh, the oppression that you have felt is more relevant, much more, and your life was essentially harder because of that than somebody else or some other minority. Sure.
Wouldn't you agree that universities already have a holistic approach and are able to weigh different subjective values like this?
Okay, so if universities are already having this holistic approach, if they're already doing things like that, then what is this affirmative action really leading to? Because either universities are already doing this, or they're not doing it. And if they're not doing it, then we'll tell you that trying to come up with a subjective criteria for trying to benefit people is something that you can never do, because it's a subjective thing that will always be exclusionary. For example, who's to say that within Saskatoon, the diaspora of South Asian communities, the kind of discrimination that those the kind of discrimination those kids feel is different or less valuable or more valuable than the kind of discrimination that indigenous people feel. Certainly not institutions of higher education, because of the past history that we have seen from them, because of the past active policies that they have pursued that we call into question their ability to do this in an effective manner. Secondly, it devolves the struggles of individuals and what groups of people face into mere numbers and theatrics that we cannot absolutely ever allow. Third, it leads to an increase in false claims. This will create a huge incentive for false reports of oppression groups. For example, we already see a rise in people falsely claiming their Métis or Indigenous ancestry. The head of the National Research Council for Canada, the doctor of that individual, person in such extreme authority, she faked it all throughout that. If a person at that level can fake it, I can for sure guarantee that people at lower skill levels can most certainly fake it as well. What does that do? That delegitimizes the work of actual Indigenous scholars. That delegitimizes the work of actual Indigenous people who have worked their entire life in Korea and deserve that reward and category, but they won't get that. Furthermore, it creates a burden on already existing Indigenous people, because some genuinely Indigenous people don't have access, don't have status cards. It further puts burdens on them to be like proof to a higher metric because of the rise of fake, you will see. Third, on this idea of how it demerits individuals' things. We think that in most cases, people are already qualified and have those skills and qualities in of themselves, because we don't think that an Indigenous person is dumber than a white person, and vice versa. What does this do though? However, it delegitimizes their specific efforts, because the perceived notion, ladies and gentlemen, the perceived notion that you got in because you're Indigenous, because you're brown, because you're disabled, is going to be a shadow that follows you your entire life. For example, the very renowned lawyer Ruth Ginsburg. She was dodged her entire life, not as an excellent litigator, or because you're a woman, you're allowed to be on that bench at that time. We think that this caused some extremely real harm. Universities don't get to quantify oppression. This will create an incentive to create fakes, and we're so proud to oppose. Thank you.
I thank the member for the remarks. The time elapsed for 7 minutes. And now call upon the second speaker for the government.
Can everyone hear me? Honorable Speaker, today this debate is about equity, but more specifically, if educational systems should be granted the right to a race, gender, and sexuality as a positive factor in admissions. Now today, I'm going to be using the very aptly named by me approach to organize my speech. I call it the C-cubed approach, where first we're going to do some clashing and rebuilding, second I'm going to get into my constructive, and ultimately we'll engage in the comparative of this debate. So awesome, let's get into it. Number one, let's get into a little bit of clash here. So first off, right off the bat, they talked about how they want this to be exclusively relating to university admissions. Well, they talked about public schools and how the government already has incredible say. We think it's important that the audience understands that public schools are not the only type of schooling at younger ages. That this resolution would be impactful to private schools, independent schools, charter schools. It's not exclusively public, and therefore their argument that this is starting at too late an age falls because everyone should have equal access to every single type of education at every single level. So this isn't exclusive to the university. Secondly, they talked a lot about how this is going to devalue individual efforts and how they're really concerned about how this is going to be quantifying certain achievements and certain struggles into numbers, which is something that's greatly concerning. Number one, that's not exclusive to their side of the house because that is the current status quo. When students are applying to universities, the way that admissions processes go is they read the essays and they determine on a scale of 1 to 10, however they choose to do it, if this application is superior to this application, based on marks, based on essays, based on history, based on what they have written up. Under our side of the house, we see that the optional additional section to claim your race, your sex, or your sexual orientation is there for people to specifically disclose these impacts and how it has affected their well-being and how it has affected their upbringing. We're in no way trying to change the way that individual applications are monitored going forward. We're in no way trying to change the process because no matter what, that's going to happen. But on our side of the house, at least we're allowing these people the opportunity to get their foot in the door instead of quantifying it to numbers exclusively on the side opposition bench. Okay, then they talked a lot about how this is going to encourage, I'll take the
Can you characterize, please, how the struggle of a kid at age 10 getting into a private school is a big societal impact like you're claiming?
Well, absolutely, it's a relevant societal impact. When we look at scale, sure, university is the initial educational institution that people look at, but there's no reason why this debate does not include the scope of private schools, of charter schools, of independent schools, because those are all levels of schooling and they should be involved in the scope of this. Our case does not rest on exclusively these young schools being acknowledged. If we take them at their best and we choose to ignore them, we still think we win this debate, but we just think that that's kind of a bogus claim that doesn't really have any place to indicate that this is outside of the scope. Okay, cool. So then they came at us and they talked about how we haven't really mechanized this. We haven't said why this is the specific reason, this is the specific way that Indigenous and that people of different races, genders, and sexual orientations should be acquiring education. They agreed with all of the benefits of education, but they disagreed with the mechanism. So here are two different reasons why this is the way that we need to do this. Number one, Canada is a cultural mosaic. What does that mean? It means that all cultures, all backgrounds, all different people are blended together. These people are put in similar situations. These people are allowed the opportunity to interact. If we take the argument that they brought up in their POI, where why don't we focus our educational efforts specifically to the reserves, we see that what that does is it segregates society. These individuals on reserves get different education, get different funding to the greater educational system. We see that what this does long term is it increases the disparity in the education and it increases the us versus them mentality that individuals would face. We see that the cultural mosaic nature of Canada would require people to be able to blend together and get the same educational system in the same situations, in the same institutions, and that's why we believe that this is the mechanism, reason number one. And number two is actually, sure.
Do you think that you get more perceived social harmony when other people in the majority group think that people in the minority people are getting exclusive benefits to them?
Okay, I'll get right back to that piece of clash because that is really quick. Let me get to the second reason why this is the mechanism, and it's because not all things are that black and white. Not all things are people are living on reserves or people are in educational systems. We see that people who are part of the LGBTQ community are really integrated into society right now, and we can't find individual mechanisms to educate them outside of it, and this is the most feasible way to do it. Okay, so getting to their arguments about how there's going to be a ton of tokenism and how people are going to have an us versus them mentality and that they didn't really deserve to be there in the first place. Well, number one, okay, we'll concede that there might be small little groups of people who have little pieces of resentment that these people have achieved it in that way. We won't undermine their impact to say that it doesn't exist in the first place, but we think that it's not the significant portion of this debate. We think that if certain individuals view people who face these circumstances as not being able to achieve it on their own, we see that that's far less important than allowing these people who have had such struggling histories and such struggling pasts the opportunity to get on an equal playing field, to be involved with the cultural mosaic, and to impact the future of society. But we also see this as an incredibly short-term idea. Because right now, that's because of the different backgrounds, that's because of the different prioritization. Which brings me into the final piece of constructive that I'll be outlining, which is how this is going to impact the future in two ways. Number one, the economy, and number two, our ability to provide welfare. So if we look at the future economy, if different people are university educated, if they're university educated together, different backgrounds, different individuals, like going through the same struggles, we said that this does three things. Number one is it fosters more competition in the job market because more people are being educated, period. As take them at their best, it's a numbers game. If we have more people, it makes more competition. Number two, this is going to help people provide for others, enabling those future possibilities and enabling future innovation. Because when diversity occurs, when there's different people from different backgrounds and different experiences working together, we see increased innovation, and we see that's something that falls on our side of the house. And number three, these more total educated jobs will lead to more total educated jobs in like years to come and generations to come, because these individuals will now have role models who have gone through the process of going to university. Looking at welfare, we see that this resolution has fewer people relying on welfare, and it challenges the government to improve other facets of society, because currently people who fall under these criteria, like use these welfare programs and use these like things that the government is subsidizing, we see that when we provide education instead, and we allow them to like get on a higher playing field, that allows welfare to like be preserved for like future generations. So for all these reasons, we are so proud to present to you. Thank you.
Thank you, member, for your 7-minute introductory speech. The time elapsed was 6 minutes 58 seconds. I now call upon the second speaker for the opposition.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, and worthy opponents. Today I'm going to do a few things for you today. So first I'm going to clash with my worthy opponents, and then I'm going to go into my arguments, and I'm going to talk to you about why this is going to create a unique social stigma and resentment for these minorities. And I'm going to talk about why this is a band-aid solution to a systemic problem, and why that's absolutely relevant in this debate. Okay, so first of all, people's lack of resources is what stopped them from doing good for like their early childhood and like high school. So we think the idea of all of a sudden changing things at the university admission won't really change much. Like it's too little, too late. They're claiming all these benefits, but the thing is, people are going to fall through the cracks to even get to that admissions process. A lot of people will not even make it to that admission process. For example, if you have a 75% average, if the other student has a 95% average, you could be a minority, but it still might not be enough to help you, and you've been disadvantaged your whole life. So I'm going to talk about that later, about how this is a band-aid solution to a bigger problem. And we also think they're talking about, like, they're trying to claim a lot of benefits from elementary school, but and like private elementary school, but we think that it really doesn't have that much effect on society, because a lot of these minorities probably wouldn't be going to private elementary school. It's more impactful at the university level, especially the professional graduate school level. So we think it's more impactful there. So we're going to focus around there, this debate. And I also want to say, in the status quo, people already get to disclose minority status. They already get to say their pronouns, if they have an indigenous background, if they are a visible minority. This is already in the status quo. So what does this mean? This means that proposition needs to give you a mechanism that they are going to quantify oppression and quantify societal struggle. Like my partner was saying, are you going to get a certain amount of points for being from this region of the world, for having this dark of skin, for following this religion? This is a burden that proposition has yet to fill. If they want to claim the benefits, not now, if they want to claim the benefits, then they need to find some way to quantify it. Side proposition has also not talked about what my first speaker brought up, which is people faking identity to get into positions of power and gaming the system. Like what he said about the woman on the National Research Council who faked indigenous status. If that was at that high of a level, an executive level, imagine how many false claims and false identity would go through in a massive system. We still have yet to hear a response from Proposition about how they would make sure, or how they would handle the massive amount of people taking advantage of minority status, or rather faking minority status. Okay. So now I want to get into my point about social stigma. We think that they're really mischaracterizing and actually downplaying the real resentment that would come from a change like this. If you are like in, let's say, medical college, and you see some Indigenous students, it is very possible that you might think, oh, maybe they're not here because they were a really smart student or because of this, but your mind would jump to the option that no, they are here filling one of the like Indigenous seats required for this program. And this actually badly impacts the people of the minorities themselves, because as my partner said, they lose merit because people don't trust that they're there based on their merit. They're there based on some feature like skin color, religion. Yes, I'll take it.
I just want to hear some clarification why you wouldn't think the Indigenous people in your class would not be smart enough to enter medical college just because. It's only because of their skin color and their identity, not because of their own intelligence.
Look, I'm not saying that they wouldn't be there because they're not, okay. This is the thing. We need to think on a societal level. And we think that by and large, a lot of people will hold resentment, especially as it compounds over time, right? That's just a very small example. But how about, let's say, how about professors who people might discount their research because, oh, they only got into grad school, they only got into PhD because they were looking to fill an Indigenous or a minority spot. This discredits the people themselves, right? We also think that this, even in a school context, even in a societal context, this can isolate minorities. And what happens when minorities are isolated? We see societal divide and further stereotypes are encouraged, right? And this, we can see that because of this social isolation, it could also discourage people from pursuing higher education because of fear of being, again, isolated and discredited. And I'll take your POI quickly, yeah.
It sounds to me like you're questioning the authority or the sanctity of an institution like a university when you bring into question the knowledge of a professor who's graduated with a PhD.
Right, we're saying from a general public perspective, right, or from a perspective of someone reviewing or criticizing their colleagues, we think that that will be something that comes up. You know, when looking at who's the best, who deserves an award for their research, or who deserves to get admitted into this position, and you go look through their research, or you go look through their accomplishments, we think that it could be seen like, oh, maybe they got here because they needed to fill a minority spot in the graduate program and the PhD program. We think this is something that would happen, and I want to touch on how we think this government is using this as a band-aid solution to a systemic problem. Okay, this, as I said before, I touched on it before, this only helps people who actually make it to the application process. All right, we would rather use political capital and political attention to help people, let's say, education on reserves for Indigenous students growing up, so that they can actually get to the spot where they are competitive enough to have that admission and get in by themselves, because so many wouldn't even make it to that admission point, where only a few are going to be benefiting from that preference. And again, we said there's a lot of downsides with that, such as social isolation and resentment and discreditation towards those people who actually do get in. So yeah, so we think they're using this idea of like helping with admissions process as a scapegoat to help to address the real issue, which is tackling things at an early age to make sure that people can actually get to that point and earn it of their own merit. That is why I'm so proud to oppose. Thank you.
And thank the member for their speech. The time was 7 minutes. I now call upon the third speaker for the go.
Honorable Speaker, honorable judges, who are we? We are Canadians. We live in Canada. As side proposition has already stated, we are a cultural mosaic. We are made of all different identities, not just culturally, but also people who are different genders, different sexual orientation, different races and ethnicities. But what does this mean?
what comes with title and status? Responsibilities. And what is the responsibility that the Canadian government has? It's to take care of everyone in our society, in our beautiful country. Not just the elite and privileged, not just the middle class majority, but also the disenfranchised and the disadvantaged minority groups. Honorable Speaker, honorable judges, my name is Kelly, and today I will be doing two things for you. First off, I'm going to start with a little bit of clash that I'm going to propose to you about the constructives from side opposition. And then I'm also going to do a little bit of rebuilding within that clash. Okay, so let's get started. The first clash I want to address is the biggest theme that they have, which is that it's going to cause resentment, it's going to cause polarization. You know what would cause polarization and resentment? If this resolution stated that it were to be mandated. However, that is not the resolution we have currently today. We have the resolution that says educational institutions would be given the right to weigh these aspects, race, gender, and sexuality as a positive factor, not at this moment, right? We're not saying that this is going to be forced onto these educational institutions. We're giving the institutions a choice. Additionally, we're also not prioritizing this part of the application. We're simply saying that this should be regarded as a positive factor. We're saying that it should be supplementary to the holistic application that these qualifying candidates should have when they apply to these educational institutions. But yeah, sure, I'll take your POI.
Okay, if these people are already fully qualified and then they're not, getting any unique benefit out of it, then what's the point anyways?
Yeah, so
surely it has to uniquely benefit them.
So we have already addressed this in the first speech, that these people, no matter how qualified, because we have stigma and discrimination in this country, despite us being a mosaic, a culture of mosaic, we need to address these differences, and even though they may be fully qualified, their application may still be turned around. They may be discarded in the trash. We're making sure that these applications, none of these applications are going to be in the trash, not at this time. We're making sure that all of these qualifying candidates are not being disregarded just because they are of a minority group, not at this time. So second thing, they also said that this credits people in these educational backgrounds because there are spots to fill. Again, side opposition seems to have misunderstood our resolution. We're not saying that there are quotas to fill. We're saying that they should be given the right to weigh these aspects of the application. We're not saying that each institution should be given a quota to fill, and that minorities should fill that quota. No, that is not at all what we're proposing. And the reason why we're not proposing that motion is because we find that that is not an effective way to address the issue we have in society today. That is why we're proposing this motion, because we have already explained to you why this is the most effective mechanism as to address all of these very invasive problems in our society. Right. Another piece of clash they had was that people were going to fake it. Well, to that, not at this time. For this, I just want to say, this is not exclusive to our side of the house, right? On their side of the house, people can also fake other stuff, right? In every essay application, there's going to be a question like, what are some of the hardships you have endured? What are some ways that so-and-so has impacted your life? If they really wanted to, they could just make up a sob story in order to get the sympathy of the people who are going to be reviewing their application. But even if we take them at the best, right? Saying that, okay, yeah, sure, people are going to fake it. Why punish the majority of people who are already in disadvantaged positions just for the mistakes of a few people? We find that that is not fair at all to the majority of people who are actually in unfair situations. So we're just saying, we'd rather take the fakes, the very few fakes who would go to the extreme lengths to fake their application than to punish everyone who is very deserving of this opportunity. Right? Sure, I'll take your POI.
Okay, so going back to what you said earlier, if you don't mandate this or place emphasis on this part of the application, how can you claim any of the societal changing benefits from it?
I think they seem to have misunderstood our case. We're not saying that universities are forced to take in minorities. We're not saying, again, that would be a quota. We're not saying that universities are forced to take in people who are not qualifying or not capable of attending their courses or their institution. We're saying that they should not be able to disregard an application just because they are of a minority group. All right, moving on to my other piece of clash. They also said that instead of just proposing this motion, we should be funding education instead. But to that I say, it still doesn't address the core problem, which is that it's very, very difficult for minorities to actually be admitted to schools to begin with. Even if the education education was funded fully, right? Which would be a completely different debate. It would, what use would it be if they still can't get into the institution to begin with? By proposing this motion, we are making sure that everyone is given the equal opportunity. We are placing everyone on the same playing field. They're not going to be starting behind the starting line. Everyone is starting from the same place and given the same opportunities so they can make lasting and meaningful, impactful changes in society to address the core problems we have right now, which is discrimination, disrespect, stigma around these minority groups. Additionally, this is a step towards a more progressive, long-lasting change in the future. Instead of just throwing cash at a very real and very invasive problem, right? So, what has side proposition brought to the table today? We have brought you very real problems, right? We're talking about people who are unable to attend school just because they're a minority. We're talking about how education is very important for people to make long and impactful changes in the future, not just in the present. And this is going to change the entire system. This is going to change our future. We show you that this resolution is the best possible mechanism among all alternatives to achieve this meaningful change. So, for all of those reasons, I am so proud to propose this motion. Thank you.
The third opposition speaker will now deliver the last speech opposing the case.
Wait, what? The last part that you said? The third
That
position?
you are the last person who is presenting the case.
Oh, okay, thanks. Panel, the problem that we get from this whole side is that they assume that universities, just by the fact that you ticked the race box, that your university application process is inherently going to be trashed away. It's inherently never going to be considered in terms of your merits and whatever that you already have on that particular profile. And that's why they go ahead and talk of this core problem here being difficulty to get admitted. That's what they assume is the core problem. Well, what we tell you is the core problem is inherently resources. Lack and access to these particular resources is inherently going to impact how successful you become and how exposed to vast majority of particular knowledge pieces and resources is inherently going to stream into your careers and other choices that you make. And that is in itself the biggest problem that affects these particular minorities straight from the word go at an early level and way before you get to university application process. And that's why we suggested a model that says put all these particular resources and all this money into things like reserves and other opportunities that actually focus more on these particular individuals at a very early level, way before they come at the university process where you allegedly discard applications without considering the merit on that particular profile. Secondly, you go ahead and talk of how this then inherently leads to social and societal segregation where these particular people will then be disregarded within these social settings that we've set up. Panel, we tell you that these minorities have been historically suffering a lot of injustices, probably because of the setup they've been born into. There's need for reparations for the harms that have been caused within these particular groups. And that we believe that governments and particular institutions like the states and provinces have incentives and moral responsibility to actually put more resources into these particular groups, into these particular minority groups. And that's why we believe resource means power. It's just not the fact that universities are disregarding. And even if it ends up in this sort of segregation, if it ends up empowering these particular people, then we're proud to accept that segregation. Secondly, you talk of how this then leads to us versus them. We've justified that this resource allocation sort of process is something that we believe is valuable in the long run. Then you go ahead and talk of how this then inherently affects secondary education and elementary education because they are part of the educational institutions. Panel, we do not have application processes to get into elementary schools. We do not have application processes to get into high schools. We just take our kids to whatever school that is close to us, that we feel safer and comfortable with their performance, and this kid automatically gets in. Secondly, we do not have a metric that quantifies their achievement before they get that particular admission slot within that particular institution. Therefore, high schools and elementary educations are not part of this particular debates. But panel, these kids don't get rejected at elementary and high school level. And that sort of rejection is what we see at university level. Therefore, this application process and this whole debate is primarily about universities and post-secondary educations. Then you go ahead and talk of how equity is something that you value and that you want to promote this level of equity by giving this affirmative action admission process in today's debate. We told you that, yes, it's a good thing and we value equity and we want to achieve this sort of equity, but the harms that come out of this process of affirmative action, as we've highlighted, is something that we do not want to get something that we not embrace in this debate. We've already talked of how perceived free entry, quote unquote, that most of these particular people would inherently feel because probably you got in because you're black or probably other factors, is inherently going to make these particular individuals, the mainstream within that university or within that particular setup, going to assume that one, maybe probably you're not competent enough to get into this particular position, or therefore that assume that they ought not to probably associate with you and whatsoever. And we've seen this at universities where African kids have been segregated in particular universities in the US simply because they had assumed that they got in through affirmative action and they're not like probably smart enough. And that's something that you ignore that impacts the psychological and educational well-being of these particular individuals at university level, which inherently streams into how successful they go and proceed at their career levels. But secondly, you also ignore the fact that this perceived idea streams into their career ambitions, where most corporate institutions are going to be hesitant about employing them because they think probably they got to that level of success or got into those particular Harvard and universities because of not their achievement, but because they were black or something of the sort. And that's inherently going to be harmful to how successful they become. But before I proceed to the next refutation, I'll take your point.
How can you justify the mindset that every single person is going to think that just because you're indigenous or just because you're black, you're undeserving of it? Do you think that everyone thinks that way? And how can you justify that mindset?
Well, numbers speak for themselves. Like the fact that people at universities in the US have been probably segregated simply because they are assumed to have gotten in through formative action is inherently harmful, not to this particular individual, but the whole mainstream society that identifies with these particular individuals. And lastly, we do not disagree with the value of education. We think education is inherently important, but having not been in the right mind or state or the right peace and the right state of mind at universities in classes because your classmates or your friends think this way about you and think this other way about you is inherently harmful, and it's going to impact how these particular individuals get to learn within that particular educational setup, and that's something that inherently harms their grades and their performance and their learning process, and that's something that you fail to completely acknowledge in today's debate. But lastly, you go ahead and talk of how universities want diversity and inclusion. Panel, this is something that's already in the status quo. Universities want that level of diversity and inclusion, and they have incentives to actually bring on a diverse group of people. Therefore, we feel we do not inherently need this scapegoat sort of idea that's going to inherently make other institutions like the governments and other corporate institutions that have incentives to empower these minorities to stop doing so simply because they think universities are doing it. And that's inherently more harmful in the end. And we believe universities value diversity too, so they will take effort to get black kids like me in. I thought it was good, sir.
I thank the member for their remarks. The time elapsed was 6 minutes 38 seconds. At this time, there will be a 2-minute break while teams prepare the reply speeches.
today's rebuttal speech, I would like to do it in a comparative, what their world looks like versus what our world looks like. But before we do that, I think that it's important to do some clarification and clashing. We have a very fundamental problem with the kind of actors the side proposition wants to present, because we think that they consistently and always overinflate the kind of actors and the benefits they want to claim. For example, they get up here and they give you extensive debates and speeches about how this is going to empower indigenous communities, and then go talk about, well, actually, fun fact, this is going to increase enrollment in private schools because this is something we'll be able to do at the elementary level. The fundamental fact is most indigenous people aren't going to private school anyways, and it's also problematic to think that the goal of these indigenous people is also to get into private school, because I don't think that the majority of indigenous people subscribe to that sort of elitist thinking either. Also, there are many cases, such as Saskatchewan, where we don't have private schools, so there's no private schools to get into. You know what we do have? Pretty bad public schools. You know what could benefit from those? What could benefit by those? Having an increased funding, which is what our side is advocating for. Then there's a huge contradiction in their case. One, either you mandate this or you don't mandate this. If you don't mandate this, then surely you really can't claim any benefit, because if it's not mandated, then it has to, like, how do you get that systematic change? Because that is the status quo already, where a person can choose to voluntarily disclose that information or not, and a university considers their struggles within the application system that way. Then on this idea of if it mandates them, because we think that is the kind of burden that they have to take, because they're choosing to take a lower burden and then claim higher burden benefits. So this idea of this is something that is going to get mandated. But also notice how they don't quantify that to you, because it is unquantifiable, because it is an unjust system. And just assume that it's going to be considered holistically, which is honestly what the status quo is and why that's problematic. Now a really unique harm the side proposition has finally crystallized for you what their world actually looks like. Panel, they're exclusively relying on the goodwill of university and higher education institutions themselves to say, if they choose to disclose, then surely they'll get some sort of perceived benefit, because remember that it's not mandated. What we'll tell you is, look at the history. Historically, higher educational institutions have discriminated against indigenous people, and under the status quo, institutions such as them do not have any allegiances to these people. Rather, they have allegiances to their stakeholder. They are for-profit business. They have the incentive to turn out of business a year after year. It's not necessarily to work within the best interest of these people and to get them through these professional programs. Okay, so we don't rely on the goodwill of universities to somehow claim all the benefits that they want to claim. All right, two worlds. With this affirmative action, we think that we give you extremely relevant examples, such as, for example, black kids that my partner talked about at Brown University, which is discriminated against because of this perceived notion of that they're getting in based on their race. We'll give you examples of, furthermore, for example, of Asian American people and their perceived notion, oh, they're inherently smarter, which is going to devalue their struggles to get into Ivy League institutions, oh, because, you know, they're Asian American, or because they're going to be smarter up anyway. Lastly, their world leaves it up to universities, and which is assuming that universities are good faith actors, which is something that we completely disagree with. What does our world look like? We think that also on this idea of like perceived notions and then trying to extremely like downplay that, oh, by the way, that's not really a big thing. Look at the most common myth and prejudices that exist against indigenous people. It's that, oh, they don't pay taxes. It's that, oh, by the way, the government gives them free money, which are not true. But again, the idea of a perceived notion having real life harm is something they don't just get to downplay and say, oh, by the way, that's not really the case, therefore, you know, all the arguments are actually not that relevant. What actually happens under this side of the world? We think that employers then also could discriminate against you because you might not get that job because of that perceived notion that you're getting in that position because of the skills that you have because of your race. We think that quantifying oppression, especially by universities, is an awful, awful idea. It creates incentives for students to fake oppression, which causes indigenous people to suffer more because they need to come to a higher barrier to pass that. Secondly, perceived images of admittance will harm individuals in their academics. And for example, look at female professors versus male professors and how they're treated differently. So proud to oppose.
Attendee member for the 4-minute supply speech. The time elapsed was 4 minutes. We will now hear the proposition supply speech.
Everyone hear me? Honorable Speaker, this has been a crazy afternoon. We've heard a lot happen. Let's focus on the crux. 3 main things have happened in this debate. Number 1 is the idea of private school. We didn't really think that this was going to be all that important, but it's come up a lot, so let's get the last word here. They said, and I quote, indigenous people don't go to private schools. The question we ask is why not? Perhaps societal influence and injustice so far has played a role in that. Perhaps something such as allowing the indigenous community to be furthered in the application process would cause some long-term meaningful change. We see that this point is exclusive to our side of the house. Second, we see not exclusive to Indigenous individuals. We see that people who are women, who are like sometimes undervalued in society, or people who are part of the LGBTQ community, those people do go to private school, therefore this is extremely relevant, and all of these benefits fall to side government. Okay, so from the side opposition bench, we have heard two main ideas. Number one, the idea of alternatives, and number two, the idea of resentment. So first off, when they talk about alternatives, they've said a lot of things, but they haven't actually provided any specific example. The first thing, the only real thing that we got from side opposition was, well, why don't we just fund, reserves individually? And I clashed this previously in my argument for two reasons. Neither of them they had a response to. Number one, why Canada, as a cultural mosaic country, should not prioritize the integration of different communities in an educational system. And number two, why difficulty of integration in certain capacities is being overlooked. How you can't always identify who's LGBTQ, how you can't always identify who's struggling, and how you can't therefore exclusively support those individuals in their own endeavors, and instead we can support the institution overall. Okay, so the second thing that they talked about is resentment and some of these cons with this affirmative action. So number one, as our third speaker stated, this isn't a quota, it's advancement along the line. Where they're talking about can we claim it, can we not claim it, it's up to the institution to decide the extent to which they claim it. It's not whether you're doing it or whether you're not. It's how far down the line you're allowing this advancement to roll, because ultimately it is up to qualifications, but what we're doing is we're allowing these individuals to get in the door. Now, number two, if we look at resentment, we will concede that it exists. We will concede that there are some people who will feel that they didn't get into university because of the skin tone of other people. Number one, we see this as being a short-term problem. What we are proposing is like a stairway to like a better future, to a better tomorrow, which I'm going to get to very soon. But number two, we also see that they're vastly overdeveloping this idea of how every single person is going to all of a sudden hate towards these people, and they brought up these ideas of they already get so much money, they already get so many taxes. Well, if that's true, if we take them at their best, if people are already so mad, what's one more thing going to do? Okay, so let's move on to the most important thing here, which is who's actually going to create the most long-term benefits, long-term change, long-term impacts. And we see that it's being us, because we see that both resentment and faking it and all of these ideas that they've brought up are short-term, and they're a problem with the mechanism in that people, on the way to getting there, people might get mad. But they have never really indicated any problems with once we're there. So this speech has already shown why this needs to be the mechanism that we do it, because of the cultural mosaic idea and the difficulty of integrating who's facing what different oppression. But we see that on our side of the house, when more people have more diverse communities have a university education, we get more innovation, we get more educated people, we get more jobs in the market, and what does more jobs in the market do? As I've already stated, that creates less current welfare, and what can we do down the road when we have more welfare is, we can fund education. So the single benefit that they're claiming as being exclusive to their side of the house is actually on both sides of the house. So at the very, very best for side opposition, this is a wash, but on our side, we get so many other benefits. So proud. Sit down. Okay, sorry, we'll move back.
Sorry about that.
Waiting for her to finish her speech.
I thank the member for concluding the debate. The time elapsed was 3 minutes 53 seconds. Judges, please complete your ballot. Judges are not permitted to offer feedback at this time. If there are no objections by our judges, contractors and observers are asked to leave the room. Okay, now you leave the room.
Yeah, bro.
Good job.
You did fantastic.
Thank you. Good debate, guys.
Oh yeah,
We just leave that here.
Well, take our name tag. Okay, where's the brown thing he just handed you?
Brown thing?
That thing? Is that it? I have my name tag in there. I thought we were supposed to put it in here. Wait.
Do you follow us at that point?
Thank you.
Do you have my name tag?
Thank you.
I put mine in. I thought we were. I thought we were supposed to put it in that thing.
You guys are EDU, right?
Oh.
No, you are B or you are B?
B.
You guys are B, but you guys are B.
No, we didn't. No, that's a V. No, we're on this side. Okay, I got my thing. Thank you. Thank you, judges. Thank you.
debate will now come to order. The resolution before the House today is THW make essential service legislation illegal. Representing the government are its first speaker, Eric B., the second speaker, Marissa T., and its third speaker, Mackenzie F. Representing the opposition are its first speaker, Olin, the second speaker, Vishal, and its third speaker, Akif Zaman, West of Pakistan. On behalf of the House, I would like to express a sincere welcome and will provide a brief introduction about our judges. Our first judge is Megha Okachi. Megha is a professional engineer with extensive senior leadership in strategy execution, business development, and project management. He has worked in the oil and gas, renewable energy, municipal infrastructure, and economic development sectors. He currently works as the City of Saskatchewan as Director, Organizational Strategy Execution. In his role, he leads a diverse team that enables transformational change and improvements across the city through the application of a coordinated strategy and industry best practices. Megha has studied and lived around the world in countries spanning Africa, Asia, Europe, North America, and Australia. Megha is very active in his local community and has served on numerous boards and committees. He currently serves as past president of the Multicultural Council of Saskatchewan. In 2013, he was recognized by CBC Saskatchewan as one of the 40 individuals under the age 40, shaping the future of the province. Megha holds a Bachelor's of Industrial Chemistry from the University of Lagos in Nigeria, a Master's in Environmental Sustainable Process Technology from Chalmers University of Technology in Sweden, and a PhD degree in Environmental Systems Engineering from the University of Regina, Canada. He enjoys traveling the world and is an avid soccer fan and supports of the English Premier League team, Arsenal. Our second judge is Kehan Fu. Kehan Fu is an avid debater, aspiring art curator, and an amateur DJ. As executive director of SIDA, he works to fulfill the non-profit's mission of promoting speech and debate through Saskatchewan for students in grades 5 to 12. Our third judge is Ishita Man. Ishita Man, SVM, is an award-winning change maker who champions equitable opportunity for youth. At only 20, she has made history by becoming the youngest recipient of the Saskatchewan Volunteer Medal, SHAD 2019 alumnus, Reebok Human Rights Award finalist, Amazon Prime Ambassador, Top 25 Under 25, Governor General Medalist, Entrepreneur of the Year 2021, and has founded Canada's leading NPO, Youth Helping Youth, and more. Frequently featured in CBSE, CTV, and Global News, Ishita is a well-known public figure. I, Shruti Goyal, am the Speaker of the House and Timekeeper. I may be referred to as Honorable Speaker. Now I will announce the rules. Each debater will deliver a 7-minute constructive speech, except the reply speech. I will be counting down from and providing time signals. These will be given as each minute passes. At the end of the first minute, I will slap the desk and to declare the end of the protected time, as well as at the 30-second mark displayed by a C handshake, ending with a 10-second countdown. If the speech will still continue, unfortunately, I have to slap the desk again to stop the speaker at that time. Points of information will be allowed during the constructive speeches, but not during the first and the last minute of these speeches, as this is a protected time. PORs are not permitted during the reply speech. Points of clarifications are allowed, but may only be offered in the beginning half of the first government speech. Points will be deducted for any debater who interrupts another excessively. Are there any questions regarding the rules? Okay. I now call upon the first speaker to introduce the government case for 7 minutes.
Thank you, House Speaker.
Just a 1 second, sorry.
Just let me know when you're ready.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You may start now.
Thank you, House Speaker. Now, I want everyone to imagine being on a plane and seeing those masks drop. I hope that's never happened to you in real life, but just imagine for a second, what's the first thing you do? What's the first thing you're taught to do? And that's put the mask on yourself before helping others. Now, this logic also applies to us as people. You should be able to help yourself before helping others. But under the status quo, this is not possible for essential service workers. They are forced to help those that they care about before being able to help themselves under the status quo. Which brings me to the resolution today, which is this House would make essential service legislation illegal. Now, in my debate today, I'll do three things for you. First, I'll define the terms of the resolution and what we on site government will be using for the purposes of this debate. Second, I will lay out site government's model and how we plan to implement this resolution in the real world. And lastly, I will go over site government's constructive points. I will personally talk about how this resolution ensures governments are held accountable within the country of Canada, while the second speaker on site government will talk about how this ensures that quality of service that is provided by essential workers is at the highest point possible, while also talking about how life is more important than work, especially for essential service workers who put the other people's lives before their own every single day. But first, let's get into some quick definitions. So, for the purposes of this debate, we're defining essential service legislation as laws that prohibit essential service workers, that being firefighters, police, teachers, etc., from striking, and or making it quite nearly impossible to strike. What we mean by illegal is prohibited under law. And so that brings me to our implementation plan. So site government today proposes a 5-year implementation plan, which we believe is quite conservative, and this gives enough time for governments within provinces to develop legislation regarding this model. As for the model itself, what it would entail is strikes would be allowed as a last resort. And that's only if a third party, a negotiator, is not successful in creating a solution for both the workers and their employers. And this third party would have to be unbiased and not related or funded by the government, as obviously if it was, then they would be supporting their agenda. And so, that brings me to accountability. Why is this resolution important today? Well, it holds governments accountable. Essential service workers put their lives on the line every day to help those that are in need. And they actually impact their futures as well. And under our implementation, only truly unworkable conditions would warrant a strike. Because as we stated earlier in our implementation plan, a strike would only be initiated if a third party found it reasonable as negotiation would not be possible any further. And so because of our implementation plan, we know that these essential workers, whether you're a doctor, whether you're a teacher, would only strike in the worst possible conditions. Now, think about this. You're a doctor, and you have to put your career on the line to strike. Imagine how bad those working conditions must be. Doctors already work in emergency rooms that are quite stressful, and they work very long hours. So for doctors, someone that's in a high-stress career already thinks that there's a need to strike, then there's clearly an issue that isn't being addressed, especially if a third party identifies that this isn't being able to be resolved through negotiations. And so that's why this resolution is so important, because it holds the government accountable for those essential workers. Would you not agree?
Honorable Speaker, is my honorable colleague not aware that essential workers are already heroized under the status quo and viewed to be incredibly core to our functioning as a society? Therefore, our democratic system already incentivizes government to take good care of them.
So let me ask you this side opposition. If governments are already incentivized to take good care of them, why do we have legislation that prevents them from striking? To us, this seems like it doesn't make any sense, quite frankly. If you take care of your workers, why do you have a law that says, even if we mistreat you, you can't strike? To us, and to any logical person in this room, that should not make any sense. And clearly, side opposition might seem to agree with some government's agenda. However, for us, we speak for those essential workers. The ones that are overworked, despite them trying their best every single day to help those in their community. What we stand for on side government is the people, and not some political agenda or some other purpose regarding essential workers. Additionally, accountability is so important because essential workers, namely the medical field, that being paramedics, doctors, nurses, are at an all-time shortage. If we do not create any incentive for them to stay within government, to stay employed by their provinces, what will they do? Well, we outside government tell you that they'll go to greener pastures. These nurses, doctors, they work for the government because they want to help people genuinely. There are positions that already pay higher in industry as a private nurse, doctor. Those positions pay significantly more than working for government. However, those individuals don't want to work for them because they care about helping the community. But without this resolution, you are giving them no choice but to leave their position within those government employed fields and go to greener pastures because they have no choice. With our resolution, we ensure that these essential workers are taken care of, not at this time. And that they're actually kept in the workforce. As I stated before, the medical field is at an all-time labor shortage. We need to ensure that these workers are kept for the benefit of the public and not just used as a personal practitioner for someone that is willing to pay a lot of money. That's not a future we want to see for all Canadians. And we think that as the government, we need to ensure that everyone is taken care of in each and every respective province. And it is only with this resolution that we shall do so. And so what have I told you today? We've given you a plan that ensures that essential service workers are protected within their contracts and also ensures that they're kept for the government and for the benefit of the people that they serve every single day, that they put first in their daily lives. We've told you that with our resolution, we hold governments accountable. We prevent these workers from leaving because they should have optimal working conditions under this resolution. Additionally, we ensure that these essential workers are only striking if the conditions are so unbearable for a doctor that works 80 hours a week that they can't even tolerate it. That is what we care about inside government, ensuring that everyone has access to these essential services and these essential service workers are taken care of. And for all the reasons mentioned today, it is why this resolution shall pass. Thank you, House Speaker.
Honorable panel, I stand on the side of this debate that acknowledges the nature of essential work as essential, not optional. We are the side of the debate that acknowledges that if doctors walk out of their jobs, that is thousands of lives lost. If firefighters walk out of their jobs, that is people literally dying in a fire. That is the absolute worst case scenario. That is what we avoid on our side of the House. But not only that, in this speech, I'm going to prove to you why essential workers on our side of the House are equally likely to have their rights met, but in a way that is much more beneficial to broader society. Okay, my name is Olin Becker, super proud to be the first speaker for side opposition in this debate. I'm going to do a couple things in this speech. Firstly, I'm going to walk you through my 2 points of constructive content. Firstly, what is unique about public essential workers that allows us to, depending on the circumstances, say, okay, these people should not be allowed to strike anymore. Secondly, why is it that if we allow strikes, they're likely to be used spuriously in a way that is not beneficial to society? After that, I'm going to engage with everything that we heard out of the proposition case, because I think a lot of my arguments already implicitly respond to their content. Okay, first argument. What is unique about public essential workers that allow us to say, okay, these people should not strike anymore? The first part that I want to analyze under this is why is it unlikely that these people are mistreated under any situation? Because the entire proposition case that we get up to this point is contingent on this idea of, oh, this will only matter in the worst case scenario. This will only matter in the worst case scenario. But they never explain to you why it's actually likely that you could get to that worst case scenario in the first place, where doctors are being systematically abused, mistreated, firefighters are not being funded, all of that kind of stuff. I want to take you out of your intuition for a second, because recognize that obviously, yes, we're in the context of COVID right now, where there was an uncontrollable systematic shock that mostly threw the healthcare system into a state of overdrive and led to some difficulties with doctors not being fully funded, right? That is one circumstance. They have to prove why this policy should exist in perpetuity. So I want to talk to you about 2 incentives that are likely to prevent essential workers from being abused in perpetuity. Firstly, election incentives. As I PY'd to them, and they literally never responded to, essential workers are literally viewed as heroes within our society, to the point where whenever there's any sort of inkling of them being mistreated, there are like massive protests against the government, there's massive social media campaigns, massive public interest campaigns that mean that the government always, or almost always, reacts and refunds and give those people what they need, right? Second, though, is that the government has an economic incentive to make sure that their essential systems are running properly. If you are the government, you have an incentive to make sure that your hospitals are well funded so that people aren't getting sicker and then having to incur an additional cost in the long term to the healthcare system, right? Again, the only examples that they're going to be able to generate of essential workers being systematically abused are because of circumstantial shocks to the system, such as COVID. In general, these people are likely to be taken care of very, very well. Second component of this argument, what is different between a public essential worker and a private worker, for example? As I already analyzed, public workers have other ways of getting their needs met. Again, election incentives, economic incentives, all that kind of stuff. The reasons why strikes are preferable for private workers and doesn't apply to public workers is because they have no other means of recourse. Because they only have a certain amount of bargaining power against their company, and they don't have an election incentive. That means that there's a massive amount of visibility on that company. Therefore, because we have this other way of making sure that by and large these people's needs are met, we think that they don't need strikes. Final component of this argument, what is essential work? As I alluded to in my intro, essential work is essential. This is the difference between life and death for individuals. This is the difference between people dying because there are no doctors in the hospital versus people getting their needs met. All of that kind of stuff. I want to just preemptively weigh this against anything that we can hear out of their side of the house. Because I already told you why we still get these essential workers' rights to be respected. But even if we have to bite that there might be a marginal decrease on our side of the house to the rights of essential workers, we think that's something that we're willing to do. Because you are literally saving people's lives. This is completely uncomparable. On their side of the house, you get probably a marginal increase in these people's pay. On our side of the house, you get people being able to live their lives for an additional 50 years and experience all of that happiness. I think that those are just not comparable. Second argument then, why is it likely that these are likely to be used spuriously and that these essential workers are likely to over-rely on strikes? First thing that I want to just engage on though is in their model they say, okay, you're going to need a third-party mediator who's going to determine that they can go on strike. Okay. Well, first of all, I think that it's likely that this third-party mediator, won't really do anything in this case because the third-party mediator doesn't control the demands of the party. So if one party has unrealistic demands, I don't think that just having this mechanism thrown into their case means that it fixes the entire possibility of people going on strike when it's not entirely needed. Getting onto my analysis then, I want to point out that, again, by default, most essential workers are treated well. What this means is that in the rare circumstances where they are mistreated, again, it's because of shocks to the system. I'm going to analyze why that is so bad. Before that, I'll take the POI.
So you kind of contradictory. Are the essential workers mistreated or are they not? Because under your side of the house, I don't think you can decide. Could you please pick a side and could you please tell us what you do to help these essential workers on your side of the house?
Okay, let me reiterate. Essential workers, by and large, are not mistreated. This argument talks about, in the circumstance that they are mistreated, what happens? Okay, moving on. The circumstances in which they may not have full resources are because of shocks to the system. This means that the government literally does not have the resources to pay them more money. It doesn't have the resources to hire more nurses because they would already be doing that, especially in the COVID-19 pandemic where the most politically popular thing to do for a politician is support hospitals. However, the public doesn't always understand this, and the public feels an extremely high degree of sympathy towards these essential workers. Plus, by and large, average citizens have a very low level of political understanding, generally, and also want to push for a solution that feels very proximate to them and feels very concrete. Okay, once we get this strike going, we know that this issue is going to be solved, right? What this means is that the public pressure is likely going to be pushing essential workers into strikes when it may be something that they didn't initially consider without that public pressure. What this then means is that it's likely that during these shocks to the system, where the system is already uniquely vulnerable and uniquely in need of the workers that it does have, again, going back to COVID, we needed those doctors that we did have, it's likely that that is when you're going to get people walking out of their work. That is when you're going to get people completely messing up the system and completely exacerbating all of these issues. For these reasons, proud to oppose.
I thank the member for the remarks. The time elapsed was 7 minutes.
us today is this House would make essential service legislation illegal. Now, why is this resolution being put forth today? This resolution is being put forth for workers' rights and for people's livelihood, so that people can live better lives, be better people, and actually deliver better service. So I'll first start off by refuting some of my honorable opponent's points, as well as introducing our constructive, how our side of the House will increase your quality of service while making sure that people can use their time to make sure they're living instead of just working. We are working to live, not living to work on our side of the House. So first thing I want to address here is this unique factor. So the opposition has raised today how these essential workers are unique. And we would like to highlight that. These workers are unique. They are specialized in their field. They have these specialized skills that we want to keep and to be able to use for an extended period of time. Now this brings a difference here on both sides of the House, where we are focusing on a long-term solution versus short-term Band-Aid fix, not at this time, thank you. And we want to make sure that these unique skills are able to be harvested and used for a long period of time. And within the current status quo, this is not possible because of burnout and many other points which I will get onto when I get into my constructive. So with these unique skills, we want to make sure that these workers are able to stay working and move forward in their careers instead of being forced to go into this burnout cycle where they're really not able to do exactly what they're there to be doing. Something else that was brought up, not at this time, thank you, was this idea of unreasonable demands and how our mediation wouldn't be effective and it would just be passed off and then we would move right into a strike right away. It is not unreasonable to want to work in an environment which is safe, where you can be your best self, where you can do, for example, in the healthcare, where you want to help people, or as a teacher, where you want to showcase and spread knowledge to other people. That's your purpose. It is not unreasonable to want to make sure that I'm doing so in a safe way, where I'm able to be safe. On our side of the House, we are saying that one life on one side versus another, all lives are valued the same. And that is what we are arguing for. The lives of the workers themselves should not come at a cost for others. Yes, I'll take your POI.
Can you explain how this is likely to happen, given the fact that we've already analyzed that because of the fact that the government's incentives and essential workers' incentives are aligned, it's really unlikely that
I
they're ever
understand
going
your
to be
POI,
taken
thank
advantage
you.
of?
This is actually perfect, so I was just about to get into the reputation for this here. So they brought up this point about this economic incentive for these workers to really be treated well. But how does a system function well? How does it be successful economically? Well, when we think about a system and people working within any sort of business, any sort of industry, when you have workers that are treated well, they're able to work and be their best selves and create this impact. Now, if we have this situation where workers aren't able to fight for their rights and they're being mistreated, they actually aren't able to work and be their best selves to produce the best quality outcome. So for that point also falls. Not at this time, thank you. Now I would actually like to go into this idea of heroism, and it was brought up on this side about how essential workers can't be mistreated. You know, they're heroes in our society and they've been brought up. On our side of the House, we are saying that being a hero is different than being a martyr. We want to have a world where people, yes, we are championing you for putting yourself forward, and thank you so much for saving and taking care of our people. But we're not saying that you have to do so at the cost of yourself and your livelihood, which actually brings me into one of my constructive points. So life is more than work. When you go and you pick a profession, you pick something that you're passionate about, that you're excited about, where you can make that change, but at the end of the day, we work to live, we do not live to work. And by on our side of the House, by having this opportunity for them to strike, it makes sure that these employees are able to get safe working conditions. And we're not even saying that we're, pro-strike, everybody loves a strike. That is a last resort. It is a cry for help. When you think of doctors who go and take this oath, this duty of care, when someone gets to that point where they're sacrificing or neglecting that duty of care because they're so hurt themselves, that is saying something. It is a cry for help, and it is broken. The system is broken. Now, what we want to get onto is how this actually affects the quality of service, and how by passing this resolution, we make sure, as my partner said, it has accountability for the government and for the employers to make these better working conditions, which actually creates better quality of service. Now, how does this work?
When I come to work and I am my best operating self, I have my most energy, I'm happy, I'm healthy, I'm getting my needs met, it means that I can better serve others. When you think about this in the healthcare setting, many instances of malpractice happen because these workers are overworked. Now, if we really want to protect our people and make sure that they're able to get the best quality of service, the best education, best in class all across, we want to make sure that they are taken care of first so they can deliver that quality of service so that the people themselves can benefit while the employee is also benefiting. Now, something else that hasn't been brought up yet is when we're talking about all these essential workers, they don't want to strike. They don't want to strike. You think about when I go on a strike, I'm going to lose my pay. I don't get paid while I'm on that strike. So that actually mitigates any argument on the other side about them being used spuriously. We, as workers, don't want to just do that and lose my pay again and again and again. We are going to move for these negotiations to try and have a reasonable outcome where I get my rights so that I can use that, have my best self so that I can better, therefore, deliver quality of service. On our side of the house, we are for all people. We are saying that every single life is worth the same value, and we are not willing to sacrifice the cost of these very people with these unique skills, these very, very, very unique skills that we want to keep in the system so we can move forward. My partner brought this up about shortages. If these essential workers have these very specialized skills, we don't want to be pushing them out of the workforce so they can't work, they're hurt, they're really not able to move forward and create this positive change. So on our side of the house today, we have to prove that this will be beneficial for all of these essential workers and society as a whole. And that is a hell of a lot more than the other side can say. Thank you.
I thank the member for the 7-minute restrictive speech. The time elapsed was 6 minutes 58 seconds. I now call upon the second speaker for the opposition.
Honorable Speaker and esteemed panel, if you look at Team Proposition's case, you'll recognize something. They repeatedly tell you that, look, this is never going to be used that much. It's only going to be used in the extreme of circumstances. But hold on, somehow the doctors are suffering on a daily basis. We think the biggest problem is they never explain to you why the situation out there is horrible. My first speaker explains to you why there are existing mechanisms in place that protect essential workers in status quo. They never respond to that. They never tell you why that contradiction exists. If workers are so horribly treated, especially doctors and these essential, like policemen, firefighters, how is their policy going to only be effected in unique circumstances? The whole mechanism of how a strike works out is never clear in their speech. That's something that Olin gives you. That's something that's going to be apparent in my speech as well. Hi everyone, my name is Vishal, and I'm going to be the second speaker for Team Opposition for this debate. Before I go into my positive matter, few pieces of rebuttals. The first thing I want to quickly talk about is this idea of why this unique group of people are so burnt out by their job. First, again, like I cannot stress this enough, we give you existing mechanisms, but you know the best part? The biggest mechanism exists in their Prime Minister's speech when they tell you that, look, people are going to quit for the private sector. Let them. That's the whole point of this debate. In a market system, if the government knows that people are going to quit their job, go to the private sector, they automatically have to increase their wages. The mechanism that is the biggest mechanism in this debate exists in their Prime Minister's speech. I'm literally not making this up. please look at your notes, it's already there. But the second piece of important factor here is we tell you that, and this is why Olin's speech is so important, we give you the extreme even if. The only situation that they bring up repeatedly is, wait, hold on, the pandemic happened and workers were so horribly treated. We have a few pieces of response. Remember the PPE shortage? The whole society, all everyone talked about is how can we provide the best pieces of equipment. People literally took clothes from their house, from their closets, to give to essential workers because they really cared about them. That inbuilt mechanism is the most important thing that exists in this debate. But secondly, and most importantly, the whole idea is, let's say their ability to strike exists in their world. How would that have helped the situation? In a world where the hospitals are so horribly ridden that people are dying and there isn't a space to keep their bodies, in that situation, how does, let's say their best case scenario, 10% of the workers walking out. That means 10% less beds. That means 10% less doctors and nurses to take care of people who really need that urgent service. Meaning, their whole debate is, strikes won't happen unless extreme circumstances. An example of extreme circumstance is COVID, and we show you why that's the worst situation to strike, and that's exactly why this legislation is necessary to prevent strikes from happening at that point. I'll come to you in a second. Next idea, and this is something that was there as well, and this is their speech, by the way. This profession is so unique because it's more than life, and there's a duty of care. That duty of care is exactly why Olin tells you that in the most extreme circumstances, we'd much rather have absolute worst case. We do not ever want to compromise the safety of our essential workers. But if we ever had to, we would at least allow these individuals to do their service to community and make sure they can protect 10, 15 lives in the process of at least putting themselves in harm's way, because these are the people who took that oath of protecting other human beings, and please respect that oath, honor that oath, and we think that's the most important idea in their world. Then they talk about like, oh, productivity happens, malpractice. Again, I have no idea why that's related to strikes. It's not my responsibility to make that link, unless in proposition can prove to us we are not obliged to respond to that. But before I move on to my positive matter, I'll take that POI.
You said in the first minute of your speech that essential workers are burnt out, yet your first speaker said that they are very well treated. Could you please make up your mind on what the status quo is?
We literally always said they're well treated. We gave you mechanisms for it. I was responding to your ideas. I'm not entirely sure what gotcha moment that POI was. Let's move into a positive matter, and this one's extremely important, right? Let's talk about the mechanism of strike, especially with respect to public workers. If there's one thing we Canadians love, is always telling ourselves, hey, at least we're not like the United States. The problem with their debate is that's exactly what United States has. This is essentially where the whole point of a strike, if according to their mechanism, it doesn't happen on a daily basis, it's that concept of leverage. So when there is any discussion where there is a labor union going into that discussion, an employer, i.e. the government coming into that discussion, who has more leverage? In status quo, we explain why that leverage has a balance where people are already for these essential workers, and so they have that leverage in those discussions. In their world, that leverage suddenly becomes disproportionate, and the biggest example of that is United States. This is exactly why anytime there's an instance of police brutality, and we have seen this in the instance of George Floyd, or even before that, right? That anytime there is such an issue, the government can't do anything about it. Why? Because these labor unions have so much disproportionate leverage because they're essential workers that the point at which they say, hey, no, there was no wrongdoing, we want to protect one of our own, the government literally can't do anything about it, the justice system can't do anything about it, and that unfair leverage is extremely problematic because what does it come at the cost of? This is not an, oh, the government is benefiting. The government literally gets nothing out of this. The only people losing out are vulnerable stakeholders living within these minority communities that gets over-policed. If you let their motion stand, that's exactly the community you're going to be building in Canada, where public service workers will have disproportionate amount of strength, disproportionate amount of power and leverage, and that's exactly what the threat is going to look like every single instance. There's a second impact to this as well. This argument also shows why, in their world, the conversation about strike is going to be extremely politicized as well. This looks like every time before an election cycle, all of these unions are going to be so incredibly politicized that they will be like, hey, if you don't give us this right before the election, there's going to be a conversation against Justin Trudeau about why it's horrible to workers. The problem with this, and the reason we love Canada so much, is our public institutions have historically always been independent to the point where we don't have political influences existing in these places. The point at which when you let conversations about strike dictate the terms of conversations before elections, you automatically make the governments so susceptible to these bodies that these bodies automatically have insane amount of leverage in political discussion. We think that's a net loss on our side. The biggest thing to take away from my speech, honorable panel, is that it's extremely important for workers to have leverage. In private sector, that's really well and done, strikes, let's go. However, in the public sector, where public outcry already exists as an accountability mechanism, what they do is they politicize the system, make the thing incredibly problematic and biased against people. People are the ones who end up suffering, and please let them explain their mechanism.
Thank you, member, for their 7-minute consecutive speech. The time elapsed was 7 minutes, 1 second. I now call upon the third speaker for the order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We as side government believe that essential workers should be allowed to strike as a last resort. This benefits workers, it benefits the public, and it keeps the government accountable. And it's for these 3 reasons that we are so proud to propose the motion before the House today on side government. In my speech, I'll be doing 2 things for you. First, I'll be going over the refutation of what's been brought up by our honorable opponents, and then I'll be going over my opponents' points and explaining to you why they still stand and why, in fact, we've got the most important point that is actually the key to the debate today. First, let's talk about refutation. First speaker comes up here and brings essentially 2 main ideas. The first idea I'd like to touch on is, and I quote, essential workers are treated fairly. Okay, let's run with that assumption. If essential workers are treated fairly, as side opposition proposes, in the vast majority of cases, we would ask side opposition, why are they so afraid of them striking? If essential workers are treated fairly, theoretically, under your side of the House, you should have no problem with them striking. You should, be able to have workers strike, essential workers strike. But under your side of the House, that is illegal. And for some reason, you would not want to change that. That is extremely inherently contradictory, and therefore that argument falls. Not at this time, thank you. Let's talk about the second assumption that we hear out of the first speaker on side opposition. The first speaker tells you about the essential nature of essential workers. And basically tells you about essential workers and how if they walked off the job, a knee-jerk reaction. Thousands of people would die if doctors do not take care of hospitals. Firefighters would let people's houses burn down. And sure, on the surface, that's what it looks like. But what happens when we dig a little deeper into that analysis? This is what happens. Essential workers can only do their job if they, too, are well cared for. Essential workers, such as firefighters, such as doctors, cannot do their jobs adequately if they are not protected. Under their side of the House, they are not protected. Under their side of the House, not at this time. Under their side of the House, doctors cannot save the lives of patients if they are too short-staffed or burnt out. Under their side of the House, firefighters cannot save burning buildings if they don't have adequate resources or equipment. Under their side of the House, we can see that those are actually much worse harms. All right, that deals with everything that the first speaker has said. Let's move on to the second speaker. The second speaker brings a very contradictory argument and tells you why essential workers are burnt out. And contradictory to the first speaker, but for now we'll let that slide. So another thing the second speaker has told you is that, and I quote, if essential workers want to leave their jobs, they can. Brings up the idea of this is a free market system. For sure, sounds good. Why is it problematic? Let's look at the example of COVID. They mentioned COVID, and they talked about extreme circumstances, extenuating circumstances, and obviously a global pandemic would fall under that category. However, the predicate of side opposition's entire case is that bad things only happen under times of extreme crisis. Now let's take side opposition's COVID example a little bit further. In times of crisis, such as COVID, workers such as healthcare workers, essential workers, were not able to handle the strain under the status quo. Why is that? They can't actually do anything to make their conditions better. The only mechanism of change that they actually provide on the side of the House is this idea of, essential worker heroism, where the public is somehow supposed to come to the rescue of these essential workers because the government does nothing about it. That is an inherent flaw that they see on their side of the House. If the government is supposed to be protecting these workers, these public servants, and yet it does nothing. That is a major problem, and that is something that is a problem under the set of the House. Now, under our model, I'll take you in a moment. Under our model, what you actually get is you actually get the accountability that governments have to the workers and to the public service sectors, but you don't seem to agree.
Are you not aware that that is precisely why we argued that if governments take no action, they are going to be punished in the next election cycle at the point at which people no longer want to vote for the party that didn't take care of those essential workers? That means that they won't be in a state of inaction.
Two responses to this. First of all, I think that the political argument is completely outside the scope of this debate. But second of all, even if it was not, let's address that political argument. So they talk a lot about the politicization of essential workers. And under the status quo side, opposition actually concludes and concedes that political leverage is the only way that we can make change. They talk about election cycles, and they talk about all these things that have almost nothing to do with essential service workers and their right to strike. Why is that problematic? Well, under side opposition, what you have is you have a government that only cares about itself. It cares about whether it will be elected in the next election cycle. It doesn't care about the public service workers. It doesn't care that hospitals are understaffed and that buildings are burned down because firefighters don't have enough resources. On the other side of the House, it doesn't care about workers. It doesn't care about these essential services, and it doesn't care about the public. Not at this time. So, I don't think that side opposition really truly understands what the core of this debate is about. So let me rephrase it for you. Let me clarify this. The core of the debate today is about who best benefits the workers, who best benefits the public, and who best keeps the government accountable. And you'll see that under our side of the House, on-site government, through our model, all of three of these goals are achieved. Let's look at why my partner's points still stand. We told you about accountability, and we told you about quality of service. Accountability, we said that the government is actually held accountable for the mismanagement of these essential services. And under our side of the House, we actually provide you with mechanisms that the government can use that the workers can use to actually make sure that these essential services are carried out in the manner and in the form that they're supposed to, and to the best extent of quality possible. This is beneficial for the workers, it is beneficial for the public, and it also keeps the government accountable. So that checks all three boxes. The second point that we bring to you is the quality of service, and we think this is a really key argument. It's the idea, as my Prime Minister said, that if on an airplane you have to put your own oxygen mask on before you help someone else put theirs on. If workers are too understaffed and too burnt out to actually help the public, then they're not adequately doing their jobs, and that is ultimately something we want to avoid. On our side of the House, we can actually achieve that goal. Under side government, we increase the quality of service, and we held the government accountable. And it is for these reasons that we've proposed today why we're so proud to propose the motion. Thank you very much.
I thank the member for his speech. The time elapsed was 6 minutes 48 seconds. The third opposition speaker will now deliver the last speech opposing the case.
Let's clarify one thing before the start of debate. Essential workers don't work under Amazon where they have to go through extreme working conditions and don't get any breaks. This is what it sounds like when they try to explain that essential workers go through dire conditions every day, which is simply not true, right? My first speakers clearly explained to you as to how essential workers do get certain amount of benefits from government, at least if not anything, because of how idolized they are by the society and by the people. My name is Akif Azam Labib, and in my speech I'm going to do three things. Firstly, I'm going to prove to you as to how in our side rights of essential workers are better protected. Secondly, I'm going to prove to you as to how striking in itself causes massive civilian loss of lives. But thirdly, I'm going to prove to you as to how we are the only side that creates a proper balance between these two things. Before moving on to the contentions, few pieces of rebuttals. Firstly, understand their biggest claim is, look, government is selfish, and the only reason that government even caters to essential workers is because they need to win election. Well, that sounds bad, but actually that's a good thing. We want government to be selfish, because the point in time when governments are selfish and only cares about elections, that is the point in time they're going to give more attention to these essential workers in order to get more votes. That is the point in time in order, even if it's, take it later. Even if they want to win election, that's a good thing, because at least for the sake of elections, they're going to invest more money into firefighters. They're going to invest more money into police workers. They will take more steps to reduce police brutality, because all of these things are a dark stain for the election campaigns, and they don't want them to exist. Don't badger, please. They don't want them to exist within their political campaigns. And that's a fundamental reason that they are likely to take more steps, right? But on a secondary level, understand they never engaged the second argument that my second speaker bring about Black Lives Matter and how they have been actively retaliated by police unions and striking them. That is something that is completely unengaged throughout the debate, and that still stands in the House. Moving on to my third argument. Look, I'll take it later. They constantly tell you that, look, essential service people are understaffed and underfunded. But realize, even before pandemic, a simple news of nurse not getting enough payment creates huge headlines within media, within CNN, within BBC, everywhere. That essentially means, even without striking, there's already existing massive peer pressure upon government to fund these essential workers. Because essential workers are the key to functioning a proper society within Canada and within all over the globe. It essentially means, even if striking does not exist, then even without striking, these essential workers can get their demands achieved. Now they ask us the question, then why are we afraid to striking if they're not going to strike? Well, the reason we're afraid to striking is because if they strike, that's going to cause massive loss of civilian lives. If they go striking even for a single day, that's going to cause at least 1,000 lives, even maybe in a single state within Canada, and that is a harm we are unwilling to take. Why is that so? Because look, as a government, your fundamental objective is saving lives, right? When you get elected, you took a oath that you were going to save lives and you were going to do whatever you can to do so. A single day in a strike for a firefighter can cause massive civilian lives that essentially is caused by fire, by accidents, and etc., etc. This is the harm we are unwilling to take, and that is the fundamental reason we are scared of striking. Before moving on, you're right.
Are you suggesting that we shouldn't care about those 5 people who are so selfless in society and only care about the 1,000 that they can help?
We care about the 5 people, but understand, there are times when you have to make a trade-off. This is a trade-off where they're unwilling to take. In times of pandemic, in times of extreme excruciating circumstances, you have to make a trade-off. And if that trade-off is to be made, we are better willing to get off those 5 people because they are the ones who took our work in terms of going into their jobs. Understand, every firefighter that takes the job of firefighting essentially signs a oath that they might lose their lives while doing the act. A civilian does not have that oath. If that is the case, then we are more likely to risk off that firefighter's life compared to the civilian, because the civilian never took that oath. However, the firefighter took. But that's like the worst of the worst of the worst case. They're only trying to push us to a worst of the worst of the worst case and not debating on the optimal grounds. I think they should come and debate on the optimal grounds of this debate. Lastly, let's talk about how in our side we try to keep these workers stay in work and all of those things. They tell you that, look, essential workers are going to only strike out in the most dire circumstances. But they, again, change their stance and say, every day is a dire circumstances for them, every doctor struggles. If that's the case, then probably striking is going to happen throughout 365 days of the year, or at least in certain, maybe not everywhere, but in certain states. If that's the case, then every day we lose thousands of lives in hospital. We lose thousands of civilian lives everywhere in the streets. We increase the crime rates because police workers are more likely to go into striking now just because we accuse one of their police personnel for police brutality. We think these are things we want to eliminate, and that's why our side still stands. Moving on to our clashes. First clash, as to how we essentially create a proper balance of civilian rights and essential service people's rights. Understand? The main objective or goal of this debate is to save lives. But understand, we also make sure that essential workers' rights are secured in our side. How so? Three levels of mechanism that my previous speakers gave. Firstly, there's already significant amount of media pressure. There's already significant amount of support from the civilians. But on a bigger scale, there's international support as well. Understand, every time essential government fails to help essential workers, there's international support as well. Let's say there was Turkey helping countries like India in terms of pandemic. Same happened for Canada as well. France and UK also have Canada. It essentially means for essential workers, there's ample amount of support from its own people, from the media, and from international sources as well. But for civilians, these things does not exist. That means, on a comparative, civilians need more attention and more focus from the government. If that's the case, we think it's much more better for government to take off the right to strike in order to save civilian lives, because as we have constantly said, even a single day of striking can cause massive loss of lives, and that is not a balance, rather that is overpowering these unions. Moving on to my second clash of this debate, and this is something they have not engaged at all. And we expect at least some sort of engagement in your later speeches. That is how you overpower unions, and something that USA has essentially done with its police forces. Understand, in circumstances of North America, racism or implicit racism still exists. however bad it sounds, it does exist. And it also oftentimes is ingrained within police training as well. That is a fundamental reason. Oftentimes, even in Canada, we see people dying just because probably because they had a fight with the police. In those instances, we want to hold that police culpable. If a union exists, you cannot do it, because every time you want to hold that police culpable, there will be massive strikes, massive unrest within society, just like Texas, just like America. This is something we don't want. We don't want to overpower these unions. We want to create a balance. We want to hold those police brutality. We want to reduce this police brutality and hold those police officers culpable. We want to live in a world where massive civilian lives are ensured. Proud to hold.
I thank the member for his speech. The time elapsed was 7 minutes and 1 second. At this time, there will be a 2-minute break where teams prepare their reply speeches. We will now hear a 4-minute reply speech from each team, starting with the opposition.
Honorable Speaker and esteemed panel, thank you so much for giving me the floor once again. You know, the example that really stands out from government bench is this example about mask dropping in the situation of an extreme airplane accident, and then you putting the mask on your face first before doing anything else. It really stood out to me, probably because I spent the last 30 hours on a plane. But the biggest issue here is their case is not the parallel of saying you're not allowed to put a mask on you first, you have to put the mask on other people. The exact parallel they're running in this case is if you don't like the mask that's dropping for you, you're not going to put a mask on anyone else. Rather, you're going to make sure no one else gets a mask because you don't like the mask that you found dropped on your side. We think that's the exact narrative they're trying to argue in this debate. Hi everyone, my name is Vishal and I'll be the reply speaker for team opposition as well. Three questions to determine the fate of this debate. But before we go into those three questions, important piece of framing in this debate. What have we proven overall? We've proven that we're the side of the House that protects the right of essential workers, whilst also protecting the rights of our citizens, the public, who are the most important stakeholder in this debate. How are essential workers treated in this debate? Somehow there was the biggest point of contention in this debate. Let's deal with this first. We give you mechanisms why they're typically well treated in Canada. And this part is like extremely important. You can bring about examples from all over the world, but this debate happens exclusively in Canada, and here people are treated well. Why? Two things. One, public outcry exists. Elected officials are care about their positions in power. They want to stay there. They want to make sure our essential workers are happy. The second mechanism, and again, I am really grateful to Team Proposition for this one, because they're the ones who come up with this one. The idea that people will leave, essential workers will leave for private enterprises if they don't like the treatment that they're getting in public, in their public jobs. And that's a very fine mechanism as to why governments are always required to do well, that they will always treat their workers well. But fine, we accept that there are instances of extreme situations where they are treated poorly. In those situations, we give you exclusive reasons as to why a strike would make everything much, much worse. No responses from their side at all. We also give you that extension that if everything goes to hell and everything, it's like the situation is so bad that people are dying left and right, would much rather have these essential workers, these frontline workers, these firefighters who have taken that oath, that duty of care, that fiduciary responsibility to take care of other people, would much rather have them jump in front of the fire and take one for the team, because they're the exact ones who took that oath. What is the purpose of a strike? And this argument was extremely untouched from their side, because as proposition, it was their responsibility to explain to us why strikes are necessary. They only tell you, oh, we'll only do it in the extreme circumstances. But we tell you it's because of leverage. And we tell you that those leverage is essential for private enterprises where workers need strike, because that's the only way H&M workers can get rights. But when it comes to public officials, especially essential workers, that disproportionate leverage is problematic for the people. And this is exactly why our team deals with people, because we show you in their world, if these organizations, these labor unions, and we give you examples of the United States where police unions have disproportionate amount of power and leverage, that's exactly when people are the ones who lose out the most. You're not like, haha, government, you're losing out. It's the people who lose out the most, and we do not want them to lose out in any circumstance whatsoever. Their last idea is, look, like this is only going to be last resort. It doesn't matter how you use it. If people are dying as a result of this, if your father doesn't make it to the hospital in time because the paramedics are on a strike, it doesn't matter why you did it or what last resort it's about. It's a human life being lost, and we are not okay with any situation compromising the sake of a human life, the safety of a human life. We think that's the most sacrimonious thing, or the most sanctity that prevails in society, and would protect that at any cost. For those reasons and everything else we have stated in our cases, we're very, very proud to be on opposition for this debate. Thank you so much.
I thank the member for your own reply speech. Time left was 4 minutes. We will now hear the proposition's reply.
Thank you, House Speaker. So today we discussed the motion, this House would make essential legislation illegal. And the first thing I would like to address today is the most important note of this entire debate, which is what is so unique about these essential workers. Their specialized skills. And on our side of the House, we are proposing a long-term solution that we can make sure that these specialized skills, which are so coveted, are maintained so that we can move forward to make sure everyone is taken care of. Not just the person receiving the services, but also the worker themselves. On our side of the House, we have proven to you today that this will benefit not only workers, but everyone as a whole. And I'll tell you exactly why. The first thing that we brought up today is this idea about accountability. Now, on the other side of the House, they've brought up this idea of leverage being so essential in other businesses. And you know what? This actually highlights true, and you know what? Thank you, because this supports our side of the House. Leverage is essential to create change. And we've explained this to you of why this strike is necessary as a last resort, because the status quo is not working, it is not enacting change, and it is not being effective. With these strikes, we are getting that leverage, which they agree is essential to making change, so that we can have better worlds for the employees themselves and better services delivered. Another thing that has been brought up is about how workers are well treated. And although they've given us two different arguments on where they stand on that today, I will give you this. Workers are not well treated. And as they have mentioned about COVID and extreme circumstances, that is exactly what my Prime Minister has set out for you today. We are putting these strikes in those extreme circumstances where those negotiations are not possible. We saw this in COVID that it wasn't working. People were getting mistreated and it actually created a shortage. When we're looking at the healthcare system, we're seeing nurses that were actually driven out of that environment. Now, on our side of the house, this is where we clarify for you the difference between a hero and a martyr. So when we're talking about strikes, we're talking about that very leverage that we can use to enact change. When we talk about a martyr, we talk about someone who sacrifices themselves. They are gone, and in that case about shortages, they are taken out of the industry. We are losing those specified, unique skills of these essential workers that we need to so greatly protect so that we can use them to make sure we can help all of our people. We have explained to you on our side of the house that with these strikes, with this possibility, that adds that leverage so these workers can fight for their rights to have a better working conditions. We have explained to you how this helps the people because you're able to get better quality of service because as that worker, I bring my best self to work and I can provide the best care. I cannot provide the best care if I cannot exist healthily as a human being, and that is the bottom line. On our side of the house today, we are for all people. Every person has value, and it is not at the sacrifice of the person who is so passionate to engage in a service industry where they want to help others that they are having to sacrifice themselves so they actually can't even do what they came into the profession to do. They came into the profession to help people, and we are at a place, and they are so mistreated that they can't even do that at the very minimum. On our side of the house, we want to make a plan that works for the long term. We want to take those skills, those specialized skills, make sure we are allowing workers to have that mechanism to protect themselves so that they can stay in that industry that they love, that they signed up to be in. We want those workers to be able to do exactly what they want to do best and make sure that people in this society can receive the best quality service. For that, I am so, so proud to propose this motion today. Thank you.
I thank the member for concluding the debate. The time elapsed was 4 minutes. Judges, please complete your ballot. Judges are not permitted to offer feedback at this time. If there are no objections by our judges, comparators and observers are asked to leave the room.
Stay, everybody. Okay, yeah, we